All right. Hello, hello. How goes it? Hope you're all doing well. Let's see, is this thing on? Yeah, okay. How's the day? Hello, Skittle. Hello, Fopew. Hello, everybody. Let's see. Let me open up the proper chat. All right. What is my plan today? I think I'm gonna go back. So last couple days we've done interiors. I like this one. Actually, I like both of them. But I think I'm gonna just chill today and do a little bit. Nothing for indoors. Indoor stuff, I feel like it takes more brain power. I actually like the results better in some ways because I feel like it's been forcing me to like try new things and it's been more interesting for me. But I'm gonna go back to outdoor environments today. That is my plan. Unless I decided an interior. I don't know. Sometimes I don't have, maybe I'll end up painting something indoors. But we'll see. But yeah, hope you're all doing well. Hope the day is treating you good or something. It's a Monday. It's a new week. It's a new week. All right. Still opening chat. I haven't properly opened it yet. I mean, I see on Twitch chat. Oh, my screen went black. Technical issues. Man, my sleep schedule has been messed up. Doing good. Going to try and play a game I keep putting off. Ooh, which game? Which game? You've been putting it off. That makes it sound like it's a thing you should play, but you haven't. Like, oh, I've really been neglecting my gaming. Oh, Claire Obscure. Okay, hey, gotcha. I've seen that one. Yeah, I've seen people playing that. Claire Obscure Expedition 20 or Expedition 33. That's a mouthful of a name. But yeah, I don't even know what it's about other than I know you can like have party members. It's kind of 3D-ish. It looks cool. I saw like character skills and stats or like, you can like pick there's like options. I don't know. It seems cool. I don't know anything about it. I couldn't tell you anything about the story, but I know it's from a small team within a big company, and they more or less had freedom to make what they want, and that's the thing they made, which I think is neat. It's nice to know that like a relatively small team of people can make a good game, that isn't like, you know, requiring like thousands of people and millions or billions of dollars, and like then it gets overproduced. So that's nice. I will say I'm not a big fan of the visuals. I like that sort of 3D style where it feels like the goal is to be realistic. That kind of game doesn't really appeal to me. I feel like I prefer games that have sort of a stylistic choice to them in some way, not just let's try to make it as realistic as possible. And then because then you're being compared to all the other games. I don't know, it's weird. Yeah, but anyway, it looks nice. It looks like a nice game. I hope it's fun. It does sound like they actually focused on the game itself, though, rather than just graphics, which is also good. Sunrise. Hello, Siren Night Sparrow. You asked if I'm painting a sunrise. I don't know what I'm painting yet. I'm just moving color around. I don't have any plan right now. I'm still waking up, kinda. Not really waking up, but you know what I mean. Warming up. So yeah, just moving color around. Uh, yeah. This is my warm up. There's definitely a lot of fantasy and stylistic stuff in the game. Oh, is there? Okay, that's good. Yeah, I don't know. There's something about like certain games, especially like big like AAA games, where everything is just trying to be realistic and like the graphics seem like I mean this is not really I guess fault of the game companies, but like I'll even on Reddit gaming subreddits or whatever, you'll see like comparisons of like the graphics between like Grand Theft Auto 5 and you know, Grand Theft Auto 6 or whatever the new one is going to be. Is that going to be 6? I don't know. And like that's what people are comparing, and that's weird to me because like who gives a crap if it like if the game is fun and it's game like to me I don't feel like that difference in graphics is going to change any amount of my enjoyment when if I were to play the game. Maybe I'm not the right, you know, audience for it. I don't know. I probably am not because I've never played Grand Theft Autos. But a lot of games, I do get the sense that like the budget goes into making the game as beautiful as possible instead of actually focusing on, you know, mechanics and story and like the content in the game, which is always, you know, like, and maybe I'm biased. I grew up playing Diablo 2 for, I played that game for like 15 years or something. And so like by the time I had stopped playing that game, I didn't give a crap about graphics. Graphics had gone so far past whatever I was used to. I was like, I just need to find it. I'm not going to switch games until I find one that can sort of fill that thing that I got into games in the first place for, which was the games, you know? I didn't get into games because they looked nice. I got into them because they were fun to play and maybe friends played them or whatever. So like it could be a pixel game for all I care. I mean, I play pixel games. So yeah, I don't know. I think I'm on the extreme end of not giving a crap about graphics. I do like the feel of the game, right? If a game is like overall dark and gritty or bright and sunny, like sort of the color palette, the style, the choices that are made to make a game feel like something. I do like that. But yeah, Siren, Siren, I am maybe painting a sunrise. I'm not sure yet. I'm just starting simple, as usual. And then from here we'll figure out I'll figure out what I want to paint. And yeah, just making some shapes. I don't know. I do think I want to put in some sort of architecture. I don't know. I kind of flip-flop back and forth, but I think I'm in a little, like, an upswing right now of me liking whatever painting I'm painting. I want it to have some sort of architecture or design element where it's like humans made this space has a purpose, or there's something going on beyond just like, here's a pretty painting or a pretty landscape. And I mean, it doesn't matter. I like painting pretty landscapes too, but I do find that I flip-flop back and forth between like how much of a painting will I allow to just be a pretty painting, and how much do I need it to be like, to feel like it's a unique space that has its own design and, you know, function and all that. Leg Owl says hello. Hello! Hope you're doing well. Alright, let's see. What am I doing? Readjusting my chat settings is what I'm doing. Alright. We are gonna do something. Yeah, some people just focus on the graphics. Yeah, I mean, I guess there's a draw. I don't know. There's a weird point when it comes to graphics in games where it's like, and I almost I'm trying to think of my thoughts here, or how to articulate this. There's a weird middle ground with graphics, and I think this actually I do this in painting as well. When I paint, I talked to someone recently. I was trying to explain this exact thought of like why I don't like some graphics in games and others I don't care, even if they're also not good or something. But like I think this is like when I paint a character, because I'm not very good at it. I basically don't know how to stylize characters, or because like I'm just trying to get the proportions and the overall face right. Like I'm not good enough when I paint characters to really push it, right? It's getting cold. My air conditioning on. So I'm not, because I don't feel like I'm good enough to make them like the exact way that I want. I'm just trying to get them to look realistic. Anything like they end up in this weird middle ground where like I didn't make these choices and push them because I wasn't really making choices. I was just doing the best I can, right? There wasn't like a like I'm going to do this thing for this reason. It's like I don't know what I'm doing and I'm just trying to make it like I'm doing the only thing I know how, right? And it ends up looking like this weird like I'm trying to make it realistic, but it kind of looks stylized because it's the style is a like accumulation of my mistakes instead of my actual choices. It's just like the things I don't know. Like it's like, oh, my anatomy's a little wonky, or my rendering skills are a little off, and so it just looks kind of meh, kind of bland. And I don't like that. I think it's an like it's not an appealing visuals for me. Uh, and that's how I feel with a lot of games where it's like we're just going for realism, but we don't have the budget to compete with games like Grand Theft Auto 6 or whatever. And so it just feels kind of meh, like bland, and I don't know, like why even worry about trying to make it realistic at all? I don't know. Maybe I just don't like 3D. No, that's not true. I do like 3D games. I like games that are in 3D. I just I don't know what it is. I That's the best explanation I can give. But yeah, in general, I don't really care. If it's a fun game, it's a fun game. I just don't like it when I feel like they were focused on the graphics. Like, I'm trying to think of an analogy. I think it gives me a little bit of okay with food, right? With food, like appearance of food can be important, right? I think we all probably can agree to some degree that like there's psychology there. If you see nice looking food, it's important. But if you're like an amateur chef or something, or an amateur cook, and you're so focused on presentation, and you can kind of get the sense that like maybe you should worry about if it tastes good because like I'm getting the sense that you're putting all your effort into making it look nice and you actually haven't tried to learn how to make it taste good yet. And like just convince me it's good, right? That's the I just want to make first I want it to taste good. It can look nice after and that's fine and you can do it whatever you want with it. But like I don't know. I like the focus should to me it should be on the taste. Even if presentation is important. Maybe that was a bad analogy. Pick a color for a thumbnail. Which color would you like for a thumbnail? So yeah, that's my hot take of the day on video game graphics. The cakes that use fondant don't taste that. That was actually my thought. Was with cakes. Yeah, it was with the cakes that only are meant to look good but not probably taste good. That's exactly my thought. I look at those and I'm like, "Oh, that's nice. I bet it would suck. I don't want to taste it." And like I have it's almost like a reaction where like over time it's like a learned response that I've learned that if something looks good enough, it's like a tripwire for like me to sort of take a step back and say, I'm a little skeptical about the flavor, right? It's like this game is so pretty in the graphics. What's its content? Like, what is it? What's drawing me in? Because I'm gonna need to be more convinced almost. So when I hear and yeah, I think that's it for me. I would like purple. Purple's a good color. Let's go with some purple in the thumbnail. We'll make a thumbnail with some purple. You decide. I don't even... Also, what is purple? Is this purple? Is this purple? Dark purple? Light purple? Pink? Lavender? Where does purple start and violet begin? I don't know. I don't know my colors. I feel like that's pretty purple. Quite purple indeed. There's a little bit of a gradient. The colors look fine. All right, great. So what do I want to paint with it? Maybe, I mean, we could do an interior. We could also do an outdoor scene. We could get a little bit of blue in here. This will be the starting point. The colors might change as I go along, and it might end up not looking quite like this. I think one thing that I do that I am not a huge fan of, I do it on accident, is when I start with a color like this, I oftentimes go overly, like, limited color palette. I like a limited color palette for starting, as so long as I allow myself to add in colors later. And I find that sometimes I'm so limited, and then I start, like, I forget to add color palettes, because then I get overly focused on, you know, what am I painting, basically, like adding form, adding lighting, and I'm not thinking about additional colors. I'm not adding, you know, interesting little bits of color into the shadows, and, you know, like, oh, let's add some additional stuff in here. Like, I'm not thinking of all that. Instead, I'm just focused on other stuff, and I end up losing out some of that nice color. So yeah. So I'm gonna try to paint with a variety of, like, this one's a good example, right? I have this gray blue and this blue and a little bit of orange, but like if I'm not careful, it's just, this is gonna be the palette, and I don't want that, right? I do want those like more vibrant colors in here. Maybe there's some deeper blues, and maybe there's some reds or something, you know, like I do want to allow myself to use a wider range of colors. It can be easy to forget. Also, don't forget to hydrate. I have some Earl Grey tea today, as usual. Still too hot to drink. But yeah, what's everybody been working on, art-wise? Or just project, life stuff? No, art mostly. What's everybody's, anybody have any ambitious projects they're doing? I had an idea. I almost don't want to talk about it because then I feel like I'm less likely to do it. Um, Actually, maybe I've mentioned it before. So, okay, I will talk about it. So, I've been playing. There's a short story here. Is drinking soda considered hydrating? Yeah. Yes, it hydrates you. So, yeah. I'm not gonna judge your drink choice. I mean, I guess there are circumstances in which I might, but no, I'm not going. Yeah, no, drink soda's fine. I drink energy drinks occasionally. I'm not much of a. I guess I also drink soda occasionally, but I don't typically buy it for myself. I don't. Well, I mean, I don't really buy energy drinks for myself either. Sometimes I will if I'm at work. But yeah, I'm not a big. I don't know. There's a lot of things that I enjoy occasionally that I've stopped buying for myself, but I still like the flavor, and I don't know. I don't think that you have to be like super healthy all the time. I'm certainly not. Far from it. You're finishing 2 German papers and a French translation before I can start working on art for the summer. Dang. Sounds like a lot. Good luck with that. You got some gunpowder today. Green tea. Gunpowder. Is that what you call green tea? I don't really have a project, but I want to paint along in a few minutes and see what happens. Oh, nice. That'd be fun. Wait, do you call green tea gunpowder? Or is that a... I've never heard that. Is this a... Interesting. Why gunpowder? Now I'm curious. What's going on there? But anyway, so I'm gonna tell a story because it ties into my potential project. So is that a brand? Oh, maybe. So I've been playing some Path of Exile lately, and one of my, like, the game I think is a lot of, or Path of Exile 2, I should say. the game's a lot of fun, but it's still in early access, and so it's sort of a work in progress in a way. They obviously there's a lot of content they haven't added, but one of the things that I've always enjoyed about that game in general is just it always has had nice like loading screen art. But even in Path of Exile 1, it's always been pretty limited. But in Path of Exile 2, probably because it's a new game, it's extremely limited. There's basically like 4 different loading screens for, I don't know, 100 different zones. And they basically fall into one of 3 categories based on which act the area is from. So like if you're playing a late game map, but it's based on Act 1, it'll have an Act 1. Actually, no, I think all maps have the same loading screen. But anyway, so I thought it would be fun to take areas in the game that I think have sort of a unique identity, right? So like there's a that isn't one of the 3 primary loading screens, right? Because each act kind of has its overarching theme, but within each act there's a lot of variety of areas. And so to take one of those areas that isn't already has a loading screen and kind of make a loading screen for it, I thought that would be fun. There might even be a way to like go into the game files and replace the loading screen with like my own art. I think that would be cool to like have like a custom loading screen project. I don't know if I'll ever get around to it, but that's been a thing that's been on my mind because it's a game that I really like, and it's severely lacking in the art department in terms of quantity. The quality's there, but not the quantity. So anyway, that might be a thing that I do. I also want to do a painting for Hollow Knight Art Month, which is this month, being hosted by Kirsty on Twitch, and I guess other people are participating, but that's, I think, the person who is hosting it. So I'd like to do a Hollow Knight fan art. I don't really play Hollow Knight, so I would then need to do some homework of actually playing the game properly. So that's also on my to-do list for the next month. Yeah, those are basically the only art things that I've. And then interiors. I've wanted to do interiors, which I have been doing. Right, I've been doing like this is a couple streams ago. We did an interior, little cat on a counter in an indoor scene, and then this is an interior, another cat on a counter in an indoor scene. You can see a theme going on. But yeah, that's it has the name because the tea leaves are rolled and look like gunpowder. Oh, interesting. From Wikipedia, gunpowder tea is a form of tea which each leaf has been individually rolled into a small pellet. Its English name comes from either from the resemblance of the pellets of gunpowder or from a phrase in Chinese that phonetically resembles the word gunpowder. Huh. Interesting. Let me Google this. Gunpowder tea. Interesting. Yeah, never heard of it. Does it taste differently? Or I mean, I assume not. I assume it's just the same types of tea. It's just a different way of like probably maybe it brews better or something. Maybe like now I'm curious. What are the advantages of it? Or maybe it's just I don't know, maybe there is no advantage. It sounds cool, so people buy it. I never know with stuff like that. Okay, what am I painting here? Could be some trees. If I ever get to it, I want to make a Critical Role coloring book. Oh, that'd be cool. That would be neat. But yeah, I think the Path of Exile loading screen art would be a fun one for me because it kind of combines 2 things that I really like. obviously art and Path of Exile, but more specifically environments, because that's just not a thing that you see a lot of. I don't feel like you see a lot of environment fan art. There of all, environment artists are not in the majority when it comes to like how many environment artists there are. And of the ones that exist, doing fan art is divides up that amount of people by quite a bit, because everybody's going to like their own things. And so suddenly they're just really, I can't tell you the last time I've seen environment fan art for Path of Exile. It's been a long time. And yeah, so anyway, that's a thing that I've been noodling. I don't know what environments I would paint. I'd have to figure that out, but I have taken a break from the game because I found there's a game-breaking bug that sucks. It's not fixed, and because I always play like the most hipster classes, basically all the classes that no one else plays, there doesn't seem to be a lot of like energy put into fixing the bugs, and like I'm playing the least liked class, arguably the worst, in a mode in hardcore, which isn't super relevant, but the bug basically results in an occasional like fluke death, which I basically can't play my character in hardcore, and so I just don't have any desire to play because I want to continue my build, but I can't because the next step in my build would enable the bug, basically. I could continue playing it in a different way, but I don't want to do that. Like, the whole reason I like that class is for this very niche mechanic that is buggy, and people apparently know it's buggy. I'm not the only one, and it's just like, it's just frustrating. I even like made I've been interacting on like the early access bug report forums, and like making videos to highlight the problem and to like sort of figure out when and why it occurs. And so like kind of like doing a little bit of science to figure out the root cause of the problem, which isn't really a thing I need to do. That's what the developers do, but it is nice to be able to repeat the bug and stuff. But anyway, so it's taken a little bit out of me in terms of like motivation to make a bunch of fan art for the game, because I can't even play the game the way I want to play right now. Which kind of sucks. It's green tea, so it's a bit bitter. It tastes like Chinese green tea. It's hard to describe. Huh. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, I don't drink a lot of green tea. Wait, but green tea's not really bitter, is it? I didn't know that. I've never thought of green tea as bitter, but also maybe that's because I don't drink a lot of green tea. Okay, anyway, I don't know what I'm doing this one. Let's move on with another color palette. We're just gonna keep on keeping on. No, I'm just gonna keep on painting until we come up with something. If it's okay to ask, how do you usually draw interiors? I always struggle with that. For interior, so the last two streams I did interiors. I find that well, it's hard because it's hard to do the same method for interiors. So these are two interiors I just made in the last two streams. It's hard to do this method for interiors because a lot of what I'm doing sometimes just like, if I have a sky and then I have a shape in front of the sky, like there's this nice silhouette, that's kind of hard to do with interiors. But I think the way that I start is typically just, figure out some sort of scale. Are we close in? If like, here's a door, here's our eye line. And then you're basically just drawing some perspective. So it might be something like, sometimes you can shortcut this by like finding a photo or something where it just has some basic layout, but just some, it could be a simple 1-point perspective, sketching some, in this case, I'm going to do like a basic like a table or something. I don't know. It doesn't really matter. This is just an example. We're not actually going to do a full thumbnail here. But I find that getting in some values early, so like here's a back wall, here's another wall, getting some sense of lighting in early can help, because indoors are tough because they're kind of dark, right? Like they oftentimes only have one light source. Maybe they have a big open window or something, like a bay window. I don't know. But oftentimes it's just a matter of starting in perspective, getting a few lines in there, sort of like a grid, to where you can start to, place things. Like you can, if I want to place a rug in here, now I have some sort of three-dimensional space to start figuring out how I want to do that. And I'm intentionally making this rug at an angle. Maybe there's other things back. So basically like that, where you just start drawing out the architecture, drawing out what the space is. It's going to vary from depending on what it is you're drawing. Maybe I want to look down a hallway, and so here's a hallway. And so I use a combination of lines and values. And it's when I do interiors, they're typically very rough. They start out super rough. They don't look good right from the start, like maybe like a more picturesque landscape or something, because I'm oftentimes figuring out the design as I go. There's a lot of painting shadows and getting some value structures in to where things can, look a little bit. It's a lot of just getting some basic forms in there, and then once you have the sense of a three-dimensional space, then I can start saying, okay, well, what is this space? Maybe it's a sink, maybe it's a bathroom, and there's here's a shower and a shower curtain or something. And then like, but until then, this type of painting is tough for me to explain a little bit, because if you know what you're going to do, if you know what your goal is, sometimes that can inform you of like how you start your scene. Maybe you want to do a scene where you have 3-point or 2-point perspective, and you have a scene a bit like this, right? Depending on what you're doing. Oh, that's not very good. Anyway, but depending on what you're doing, maybe you'll do something like this, and your focus will be on this wall or something, and you set up your three-dimensional space in this way, right? It's super basic, just like a perspective grid. You could obviously use a real grid, or you could hand draw it in. But I find it helps to get some sort of three-dimensional, like, you need to put enough stuff in your scene, or enough walls or something, to make it feel like a space, and then you can start putting things in that space. Like, oh, I want a candle or a lamp or something. Like, okay, great. Here's a lamp. We're gonna do a lampshade there, and we're gonna draw it here. Like, I'm not gonna put that in until I have a sense of like the scale and the space and all that. I can do that stuff later, right? But yeah, that's kind of how I start. It's a mix of values and perspective, quite heavy on perspective. I think the better I am at perspective, the easier this would be. That's probably one of the big ones. Especially, I think ground plane helps a lot. I'm sure there are I try to say interior and indoor. There are interior environments. There probably are that don't have any sort of ground plane, right? There's no like flooring. I can't recall the last time I've seen an interior without a ground plane. I find that having some sort of space showing the interior is just so helpful. It looks like a nice bathroom. Thanks. I don't know if it actually looks like a bathroom. I don't know why you'd have this light in there. It doesn't look like one right now. I'm not really trying to make it look like one. I was just using that as an example. But yeah, what was I saying? Oh yeah, the ground plane. I find that helps. Put a ground, put some walls. It doesn't have to just be a box. Of course, you can have more complicated layouts. but it helps to just establish something. You know, kind of like an environment in exterior environments, right? So like landscapes, I find it super useful to quickly establish sort of foreground, midground, background, right? If you can make something look like it has layers of depth, oops, like that, then you can quickly establish like, okay, here's some trees in the background that are small, and here's a big tree or a medium-sized tree in the midground, right? And here's something in the some stuff in the foreground. Like that's gonna very quickly from there. Again, this isn't the only way to start an environment, but if you can establish this, right? If you can establish foreground, midground, background, or maybe you have characters in your scene and you establish some sort of perspective and atmosphere to where you're like, okay, these are my characters and they're in the scene, and I'm going to draw some lines to show perspective, right? That already, now we have an environment, right? And now you could start building things around it, right? Now we know the scale, so if there's going to be a door, it might be this tall. Oh, that's a pretty tall door, right? These might be how tall the door is. So now we have a scale for the doors. You know, here's another door or something, right? So already we're starting to get a sense of scale. So I find it's just useful for outdoor environments to either put some people or put some foreground, midground, background. And same is true with indoors, right? I think getting some walls up, getting something to start populating the scene, rather than just like, here's a table, and then I'm going to draw, and then how do I draw the stuff behind it? I mean, you could do that, right? You could start with the table. Here's a table. Maybe there's something on a table, like a pot. There's some little things. Anyway, we put some stuff on the table. But like I don't find, and then you're trying to guess though, like where's the back leg go, and then you're in this weird situation where like, okay, well what now, right? I don't like this method of painting environments where you're just kind of piecemealing it together with like, then you're trying to draw something behind it, and you're kind of like, you're just trying to fit a bunch of objects in a scene, because then like, how do you draw the walls? How do you draw the lighting? What's the like? I don't know. I mean, I think it works, and when you have experience, you can do that. But I just find this to be a lot harder because you don't really know where you're like. I don't know. There's no like groundwork, right? I like to just put in the groundwork. Get some of that perspective grid, get some of the four walls, and then you can start drawing stuff within the scene. But I guess it really depends, right? I don't think it really matters. Maybe you start with an object. I think if you are going to start with an object, try to put it on the ground, give it a little bit of a shadow so that your shadow is in perspective. Even though this isn't, because again, what is this perspective? I don't know. It doesn't make sense. But yeah, if you can give it a little bit of ground plane, a little bit of perspective, just stick whatever you draw on the ground. I think you're fine, or do something like this where you give it some walls and a ground and a ceiling, right? If you can get a ceiling in there, even better. Although I think ceiling is probably, I mean, I'm sure technically I would imagine ceiling is similar to the ground, where like you can do with one or the other. You probably don't have to have both. If you have a good enough ceiling, you can show that it's a three-dimensional space. I think what's tough is that you don't have, in interiors, you oftentimes don't have as clear of a foreground, midground, background, right? Because you don't have super distant objects. And so either you're getting all of that depth with individual objects, or you're getting it with sort of implied scale or depth by like, this thing is here in the scene and there's something here, right? Like, we know that this object is closer than this object because we can see it on the ground, right? We can see that this object starts here and this one is further back, right? I think if we were to cover up the ground, kind of like we were talking about last stream, it's a little hard to tell like how far down does this object go? You know, where do the legs end? We don't know. If we were to cover this up, it's hard to tell, like, the relationship between things. So you've got to place something, right? Something needs to you have to pick something. I don't know. That's how I think about it. But no, they're hard. I struggle with interiors. They're definitely not my strong suit. Or at least I don't think it is. I'm getting better at them. I need to do more like technical perspective, I think, because like I could do okay just sort of freeforming it and freehanding it, but I don't think it's as accurate as it could be. Like, I mean, I don't want to have to plan everything out either, and I, you know, hopefully I never will, in the sense that, like, I think, like, rigid planning out your perspective, measuring things, and making sure it's all perfect, I think that's a good method for learning, but the way that I like to paint, I don't ever want that to be the way that I have to paint in interiors. I want to get to a point where I'm comfortable enough with, you know, fairly accurate perspective, not perfectly accurate, but just adequately enough to where I can just kind of freehand it and it'll look okay. That's where I want to be, and I don't feel like I'm quite there yet. My perspective looks a little bit wonky, as seen by like this. Like I you know, if I put more thought into it, I can obviously make it correct, but it's hard to put that much thought into it while also just painting freely with colors and all, you know, the whole thing. Kind of like I do with you know, outdoor environments. I like to just be able to, you know, smash colors together and paint things and, you know, kind of go with the flow. But that's a little bit hard when you're overly focused on getting the basics down, you know, getting your perspective right. You'll try to draw the place first. Yeah. I mean, I think that's to me the entire definition of an environment, right? Is a space. It feels it's not just an object. If you put 3 objects in a scene, I think you have an environment of sorts, right? You put a, you know, especially if there's like any sort of depth, you know, you have an object here, you have another object that's similar over here, and then you have another one over here. You know, you just add some simple lines to show that there's some depth, and suddenly that's an environment, right? I don't, this could be a, since we were talking about vases, you know, this could be a vase, and it could be all existing on a table, right? This could be a very close up of a table. That's an environment, because you've created a location for these objects, right? It could also be, these could all be trees, right? You could just draw a bunch of trees. That's environment. But once you have multiple objects in a scene, and there's different depths, and there's a space, right? You have a 3-dimensional space, and they're not just existing on a flat, right? If you just were to draw a table in profile view and put three things, that's not an environment to me, right? This is all one thing, right? Because the framing and the perspective is making this one object. But once you have multiple objects in perspective, or you have, even if you can't see the ground plane, but there's just layering and it's all in, like, you know, this or something, where you have like different objects of different values all overlapping, right? That to me makes an environment as well, where like, okay, we can tell that we have trees back here. Even if you can't see the ground, there's a clear space because we have these values, right? So I guess you could have an environment here, right? If you had a background, for example, and there was stuff back here and it was still in like very graphical, that would make it an environment, right? You put a window back here, you know, very 2-dimensional, you know, but you have a window way back there. You have some objects on a table in, you know, profile view. Like that's an environment to me. Because now you're you know, there's no ground plane here, but there's not really perspective, but it's still there's overlap, right? The second you get depth, once you make that space feel like a space, you've got yourself an environment, in my opinion. So yeah, learning how to paint a sense of space is probably the most important thing, right? So foreground, midground, background, overlapping shapes, a sense of scale. What else do you have? That's pretty much it, I think. I believe so. Hydrate time. Thanks a lot. Yeah, no problem. Yaisiko. Yaisiko, is that how you say your name? Hope you're doing well today, by the way. Longest tea break right there. Just moments of silence while I drink my tea. Let's add some green. I'm gonna go wacky colors today. Maybe not wacky, I don't know. Sometimes I say that and it's like the most boring colors ever. Or maybe we'll play with some fun shapes. Some swooshy shapes. Ooh, maybe some water. We haven't done some waterfalls in a while. Could do that. Waterfalls. A little bit of a bridge in here as well. I don't know what this is though. I don't know. It's kind of fun. All right, let's see. We need some green. I'm just gonna try to slap in all the colors right now of different environments. Also, we can probably get rid of the interior one, but that's okay. We'll leave it up for now. I don't want to let the interior go to the vote because people might vote for it, and I don't want to do an interior today because I've just done them the last 2 streams. So these are. I mean, I want to finish this painting. I like this one a lot. I think it's nice. I guess I could also just crop it and call it a day, but I think I need to extend the canvas that way, maybe unextend it that way, you know, create the focal point on the cat a little more. Vary these a little bit to make them more, just, you know, not in a perfect line. It doesn't feel as natural as it could. So maybe I put like one of these chairs in the foreground, one here, and maybe the other one, maybe there's another one over here, sort of, you know, making a little bit of an off-center thing. I think something like that could go a long way for this scene. To try to push the focal point away from this, make it more on the cat, you know, not that it's intentional, but, you know, a little arrow pointing at the cat with the chairs. You know, obviously the light here. And yeah, just pushing the scene inward by using, you know, extending the canvas. Something like that. I think that would be nice. But yeah, no, I've really been happy with this one. I'm normally not a big fan of my interiors. I feel like they're always lacking something. This one, I feel like it kind of is. But even that one was fun. Yeah, you know, interiors are definitely fun. There is something a little bit therapeutic of sort of sculpting out little like nooks and crannies and like cluttered spaces with lots of things in them, whether it's a bunch of books or it's a bunch of jars on a desk, whatever, you know, whatever it is. I find that there's something, yeah, I guess therapeutic. It's a little relaxing. It's like a, I'm trying to think of an analogy here, but it's like a puzzle, like a word puzzle or like a it's like a if you okay, I have an analogy. If you do a lot of like Sudoku, right? Or you do a lot of chess puzzles, or you do a lot of, you know, little problem solving things, whatever, maybe it's a crossword puzzle. But then you do like the easiest version of that. So like maybe it's the New York Times mini crossword. You know, you can do it in like a minute. It almost doesn't require brain cells, right? It's not it still requires problem solving, but it's on such an easy mode where you could kind of just do them all day for fun, and it becomes more fun rather than like, you know, racking your brain on hard mode. You're just it's the same skills just done to a very simple. And that's to me what like this is. Just like, you know, oh, I'm just going to add little things back here. It's like, okay, I've already gotten it down, right? I've gotten the perspective down. I've solved the big problems. Now I'm just painting small objects in perspective where the stakes are so low that even if I make one of them wrong, it's not going to ruin the picture because they're not the focal point. You know, it's just like a you can kind of get lost in the rendering, lost in the details a little bit. And I will say I think that can be nice, even though I'm not typically a detail person. But I think with interiors, it lends itself because I think the details become more important in some ways than interiors. I think in outdoor scenes they're less important, and which is one of the reasons I don't like them, because you know I don't want to get lost in rendering the tree leaves. I don't think it's useful, right? In fact, I think it's detrimental oftentimes to the painting, and so it's hard to justify spending that time. But I think for interior scenes, it is actually quite nice because there's lots of really interesting stuff you could do. You know, if you're doing like a table of like a character of yours or something, you know, you could put a picture frame that has importance to your character. You could put little trinkets and stuff. This stream reminds me a bit of animated movies I used to watch on YouTube as a kid. Oh no. Is that because it's choppy? Am I lagging? Or is it just because I'm not doing a lot on screen and mostly just talking? Because I could see that. Also, hi Steins. Hope you're doing well. It's because I'm just sitting here talking and there's nothing happening. That's a that's one of those like forever things that I'm working on. I'll never be finished. It's to how to get better with talking on stream. Uh Dong, great. Hope you're good. I'm good. Glad you're doing well. Glad you're good. Hmm. Also, I guess on the same topic of creating a sense of space, I think that's also what I'm trying to do with outdoor environments. But I'm at the point where I can have a little bit of fun with trying to make those instead of like an interior where I'm basically still at like, you know, paint a square, you know, like here's my square in perspective, right? And then from here I can I can start putting stuff in it. With outdoor environments, I feel like I have a bit more freedom with how I arrange the scene. And that's more freeing because I can play with the shapes of the room a lot more. And so if I want to do like, you know, a room on an angle or on a hill, I can do that. I can make an environment on a hill. No, the behind the scenes where the animators would be working on background scenes. Oh, interesting. Water City. Ooh, that'd be fun. Waterfalls everywhere. Ooh. Yeah, these weren't gonna be waterfalls, but they could be. We could make them waterfalls. Lakes everywhere, waterfalls everywhere. Okay, let's add some. We could do like there is a what I would like to do at some point is a scene with like a screen waterfall. So like the waterfall is the light source. So you could think of like a giant bright waterfall and everything in front of it is silhouetted. Um, and where like the bright waterfall is sort of lighting the scene. I'd like to do that one of these days, maybe today. But I think for now I'm going to use some natural lighting. It is fun to do different lighting methods as well, and that's another way to help. I mean, that's one of those things I call art things. It's a very not a good explanation, but it's basically like if you set up your scene in a different way, you're almost required to have different features in it to give it that effect, right? So if you're gonna do like screen lighting in the background, where it's like a big glow box and everything's in front of it, like a normal scene doesn't have that, right? Like I guess you could think of maybe like the sky as that, and then things are silhouetted against it. But if you were doing an interior with that, well, like okay, now we've got a different kind of lighting. I mean, maybe it's like, the refrigerator is open at night and you have that big bright glowing rectangle and that's lighting the room. Um, but sometimes you can get a little creative of like how are you setting up your scene, and it to me that's actually quite fun in outdoor environments is to think of weird lighting scenarios like a magical glowing waterfall, which is unusual. And so suddenly you have this space that is just has an atmosphere that's a little different than normal. But yeah, let's try to change up the scale. Maybe these are just lots of little waterfalls. And which means maybe these are let's go red. Maybe these are little buildings or something. Maybe some buildings back here. Ronald! Welcome in, Ronald P. Maxwell with the raid. How's it going, Ron? Hope you're doing well. For those who don't know, Ronald P. Maxwell is amazing. He's a great world builder. I will do a / shout out. How do I shout out? Shout out Ronald P. Maxwell. But yeah, so yeah, what were you working on today? But yeah, Ronald does a lot of world building, and it's very cool to see. It's he has a project. I guess it's a project. He has a world building project where every time he makes a character or whatever it is he wants to paint, it can kind of slot into like different biomes and different cultures and different designs, and you have different types of classes and species and things that all fit in that world, and it's just I don't know how long have you been working on this or like been sort of adding to your world because you have just a massive library of art that you've made for this project. And it's really cool to see. It's like, even if you didn't know anything about it, you just see the sheer quantity of stuff you've made and you're like, this is cool. This is a cool project and I want to know more. World building in our Arctic city of Aran. I'll link a figure in one moment. Okay. See, that's kind of what I'm talking about. Where like they have an Arctic city, and then that city will have people and culture and different creatures probably, and everything is designed for these spaces, and within that fits into a larger picture and of the geography. It's so inspiring. Ronald says this project has been going for 7 years. That's amazing. That is a long time and super impressive. I feel like what you're doing from someone who is not like I'm not super invested in what you're doing, right? Mostly I just know it from having, you've come here. I'm in your Discord. But like I'm not following every single step of the way, of course, and I haven't been for the, last 7 years. But from my perspective, what you're doing feels about as close to like writing a book or something, or making a giant uh like like you've really just built out this entire world. It's like the visual version of a. It's no, I guess even a book would have more like have distinct story. I mean, yours is just a massive world building project. I don't know. I guess it's more like concept art for a major video game where there's just mountains of work that's all contributing to like a single vision. But in this case, because you're the person behind it, it's all that vision is cohesive, and it's, I don't know, it's super inspiring. I can't think of another artist who has something quite like what you have. So here's a character that is the ice location. Here, let me share my screen real quick. Here is Malak the Hunter, slayer of drakes and warriors of the snow. So this is a snow character who exists in a snow city. It's really its own epic thing, and every finished product you can think of can stem from it. Yeah, right? That's the cool thing, is because like you could write a story about this character, right? And now you have culture and geography and a world built around them that they exist in that's consistent with stuff, other things. So now if you have like an enemy or something, imagine you were writing a story, or somebody were to write a story, it wouldn't have to be you, about this character, right? And they want to have this be the hero, or maybe this is the villain, and then you have another character come in. You could say, oh, they're from this other kingdom, but that kingdom already has culture and lore behind it. And so like a lot of that work, like the stuff, you just have such an accumulation of world building over time that things just kind of make sense. They fit together. Why is he wearing what he's wearing, or why like why are they the way they are, right? And you can kind of have answers for that, or you could have thought of that at some point. I don't know, it's super cool. I really like the style where it's just sort of this, you just get a sense of there's a lot of design elements, right? From like the details, the specifics, everything's very clear. It's very cool. I love seeing your work, Ron. I love it when you come in and I get a ramble about just sort of head in the clouds, thinking about, like, daydreaming about all the cool stuff a person could do with a project like yours, and how I'm a little bit jealous that I don't have one. And that's not really for lack of trying. A little bit of it is more just my attention and maybe my drive, and I don't know. Like, as much as I like to meander and start things without knowing where they're gonna go, somehow I lose interest, or I don't know how you do it. I don't know how you do it, but I'm always impressed and inspired, and thank you for being here, and thank you for rating and coming in with your community and being a part of the Twitch community, because Twitch art is better for having you here. I feel like people are, if anyone ever, I feel like if anyone ever wants to make their own thing and they need a jolt of inspiration, go to Ron. I mean, look, I haven't been to your stream enough to really know much about it, because I feel like you don't stream at a time when I'm able to watch. I am following you though, right? That'd be embarrassing. Okay, I am. But I feel like if anybody ever wanted a jolt of inspiration, Ronald has got to be a person who, like, you could just jump into their stream and be like, now I want to make my own stuff, right? Or maybe you want to make something based on Ron's, lore and world. I don't know. But either way, it just, I feel like when you're in, I've really only ever felt this way. God, this is gonna sound. I'm trying to think. I've probably only ever felt this way when like. I mean, I guess there's some video games do this with like their world building, like, you know, character creation type thing where like you have some system, you have some magic system and stat system, and you know, you make one character but then you find a new ability or something and you're like, "Ooh, I want to make a character that uses this ability." Right? You kind of get inspired to, or maybe an anime where it's like, you know, Hunter x Hunter, where like once they introduce the magic system and you can kind of imagine like, what would my abilities be? You know, you could sort of daydream about like what you would do with your thing, and it kind of inspires you to like create your custom characters or something. Uh, Sort of like that, except on a bigger scale in some ways, because it's not just like a magic system; it's an entire world. Um, so yeah, I feel like if you're ever feeling like you maybe want to start a project or something but don't know how, I feel like go check out Ronald P. Maxwell's stream. Okay, is that it? Is that too much? What's the term? Glazing? Is that too much? I don't think so. I don't think it can be too much for, because I mean this completely genuinely. It really is inspiring. Truly. I don't think that's how you'd use the term glazing, but no, just trying to. I wasn't trying to like overly compliment you, but it really is. I just can't say enough good things about the inspirational power of a good project that continues for a long time, and yeah, very cool work. Okay, so what am I doing for anyone who's just coming in? I am painting environments also, but without as much direction as Ron. I am mostly exploring different color palettes. We were doing some interiors the other day. The last couple streams we've done interiors. And today we're doing some outdoor scenes again. Maybe some waterfalls. Maybe I'm going to amp up the scale and do some, you know, maybe this could be like castles and ramparts. You know, there's some distant things, shapes. What we can play around with interesting shapes of like, yeah, of different things. Some darker greens in here, birds like trees. I believe you, sir, and I find your stream equally inspiring. Your painterly methods and spontaneous generation amaze me. No. Well, that's happy. I'm happy to hear that. Yeah, I think my stream has more of a focus on like, I don't even know. I think my stream is more of, yeah, more painterly, obviously in style, but also sort of, you know, painting without knowing what you're gonna do at the start, without a plan, but also I think it airs a little bit more on the, or airs, that's not the right word. It leans to a bit more of like the educational vibe in some ways, where I like to talk about some of the choices and decisions and like theory behind why and how I might make a choice. So it's less about a project, and each painting is sort of a potential, like a potential educational demo in some ways, where like I'm happy to talk through my choices, but it's not necessarily part of a larger project. It's kind of its own standalone thing. So that's sort of what my stream focused on. So it's a little different. Like right here, for example, I'm adding some waterfall stuff, but yeah, like this could be like a city on a bit of a waterfall. So maybe there's some waterfalls back here. And then of course, once I make that choice, I have to find a way to show it. which oftentimes is like, thinking about value and contrast and composition. There's a lot of other considerations beyond just like, I have an idea, let me put it on the page, right? There's all these things that get in the way of putting your idea on the page, and how do you sort of work around that, right? Or work within those constraints. Waterfall City. Trying to get some sort of motion going through the painting. I don't know. Maybe I'll come back. I do like this one. Maybe we'll come back to it. I do like to think how a lot of your locations look connected, even if it wasn't intention. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely shape. I mean, I like, I mean, this isn't gloating, but I paint a lot, right? I stream a lot, even or maybe not a lot, but consistently, right? Like 15 hours a week, Mondays, Thursdays, and Saturdays, right? Same time every day. This is sort of a, Monday, Thursday, Saturdays at 11 a.m. Pacific time. There's my plug. But like, I do it consistently, right? Every week. And when you do it for many, many years, I think there is a lot, yeah, there's a lot of patterns that emerge, right? In the shapes that I make, the way I set up my scenes, the perspectives, my skill with lighting is, it is whatever, whether it's good or bad or whatever, I'm only going to be painting lighting the way I know how, right? I might experiment with different methods, and I might improve over time, but like, there's going to be a consistency with sort of my skills and my knowledge of how I do things, where it will work its way into my paintings, especially over a large quantity. So yeah, I think it will look like all the same location to some degree. Because they're sort of, I'm not changing things up so much, like, even if I were to have one painting where I have, extremely bright saturated lighting, and then the next I don't have saturated lighting, those two paintings may not feel the same. But surely at some point I will do a handful of other paintings with like a similar lighting setup, or a similar, color theory implementation. Sometimes I paint very gray paintings with not a lot of colors, and other times maybe I'm condensing the lighting to be more like this, where it's just the light is very bright and blown out. And then other times, and maybe all the details focused in the shadows. And then other times, maybe I do the opposite, where the shadows are very, very dark, and everything else, all the detail is in the light, right? And I, maybe these two paintings won't feel the same, but over time they do start to kind of merge together in terms of like, yeah, just sort of. I mean, what's that saying? Like, I don't really like it, but one of the big determining, when people talk about style, and it's one of the topics I like the least, I think. But when people talk about style, I think there's oftentimes like this a limited idea of what style even is. And to me, it's more of like a combination of your choices, your tastes, your tools, how you paint, your skill level, right? Again, I think skill level is a big one. If you don't know how human anatomy works, you're gonna, in some ways, you're gonna be limited by your skill, and so that will make its way into your work, right? You're never gonna have perfect anatomy if you don't know how to draw anatomies. And so, like, there is a saying that I don't really agree with, but it says, style is like your is defined by your limitations, or is defined by your mistakes or something. I don't think that's quite the saying, but whatever the case, I don't actually agree with the saying, but I do think that's a factor, right? If like, how you make choices about things is your style, right? And I think this is in anything. Um, yeah, I think so. where am I going with this? Oh yeah, so I do think there is an element of like, if you paint a lot of the same thing, you will get to a point where they kind of look like they could all fit together. It doesn't always happen, but I think if you have a large enough quantity, it's bound to happen eventually. Now, obviously, I would say with good art direction and a clear vision, you can change that, right? Like, I always think back to Magic the Gathering's like Innistrad, right? If you read their card prompts, they have a very clear, like a style guide for what is allowed in their art. They have things like no direct sunlight. Everything needs to be overcast. If you have a sky in the painting, it has to be gray. Like you can't. There's very specific things that you can and can't have because they want it to feel like a certain space, right? It's heavily, if you have architecture, it has to be inspired by Gothic architecture. You can't have, buildings that look like Hobbit homes. That's not going to exist in the world of Innistrad, right? Because they have a very specific style. And so their goal is that when you have, many dozens of artists all working on the same project, that over time, if they all follow the style guide, even if they're all working with their own tools and their own skill and their own whatever, those similarities will all kind of come together and make it look cohesive. And I think they absolutely nailed it, right? They have that gothic horror look of Innistrad that is super, like, you can look at a card and be like, that's Innistrad, right? That's really cool to me. But there's also like, and that's more on like a project based where like you have an art director or somebody saying these are the limitations. I don't necessarily do that. Like I don't have limitations on all of my pieces. So mostly the stuff that comes through is more just like my automatic choices, right? Things like setting up perspective a certain way, my favorite way of working, my favorite colors I use or something, things that I might not even do consciously. That's where I think a lot of that comes from in like my work, because I don't have such a strict style guide, right? Oftentimes I don't even know what it is I'm painting, so it's a little hard to, it's a little hard to set those strict limitations for yourself when you haven't even, when you don't even know what it is you're painting. For someone who says they style is one of their least favorite topics to talk about, I sure do rant about it a lot. Actually, that's not true. I do enjoy talking about it, only in sort of a big, broad sense, zoomed out view. I think when it's like how do I improve my style type questions, that's where I think it starts to become a little bit useless, because it's just not a question that I think is worthwhile. Like, I guess to me it's not super. It might be at like the highest levels where like maybe you have a very specific project and you're tasked with like coming up with the style guide, or you're tasked with sort of making a certain mood or think something come through, and so you're trying to do that with style, and you're trying to like figure out what limitations to set on yourself so that it evokes a certain feeling from an audience. And I think that's okay, but I think as like a personal style, I feel like you're better off just focusing on playing with different tools and materials and trying new skills and keep improving and like learning how to make choices on your own, right? I think that's a far better way of improving style than ever focusing on style itself. You just focus on getting better, basically. And then at some point you can go back and say, okay, here's all the tools I know. Now I'm going to pick that one or this one or that one, right? You have options, but when you're starting out, you don't have options, right? Because you only know one way of doing things. So that is your style. And so the more you learn, the more options you have, and the more choice you actually have over your look, right? I think everyone has a style, and as you keep improving, it's yeah. I mean, I don't. Yeah, I mean, I don't agree with the idea that like everyone has their own personal. I mean, I think everyone has their own personal style insofar as that it's just a combination of who you are and where you are, right? And but I think all of it can change, and I think all of it will change, and I think you have some control over that, but mostly I think at the start I always like the toolbox and out. Sorry, I'm just sitting here drinking tea and chatting. I've always liked the toolbox analogies for painting, where like every time you learn a new skill, you put it in your toolbox. And at some point, you have a lot of choice over what tools you pull out of the toolbox. But when you're, the early on in a career, let's say your first 10 years, I'm just saying that's early because art can be a lifetime thing, right? So like let's say in the first 10 years of you painting a lot, like you're still just mostly focused on putting things in the toolbox, right? You're not getting picky about picking just the right tool at just the right time for just the right project because you don't have enough in there. You've got to collect them first. And then you can have style with like, oh, I'm going to use this tool in this weird way and like I'm going to do a thing my way. But like you if you're a beginner and you want to, connect two pieces of wood and all you have is a hammer, like you only got one way of doing it, right? You don't get a lot of style, right? But later you're like, oh, I'm gonna bust out this weird tool that you've never heard of and this other thing, and I'm gonna stick them together in this weird way, and you're like, oh, that's cool, right? Like I don't know. I think it doesn't do a lot of good focusing on style when you haven't put a lot of tools in your toolbox, and you're better off just learning putting more tools in there. And I don't mean like, oh, here's a pen and here's a something else. I mean like here's how you draw, here's how you exaggerate shapes. Here's how you design a shape. Here is how you design a realistic. Here's backlighting and front lighting and side lighting and no lighting at all, right? Just or like a graphical silhouette, how to show things in that way. Just like try everything, right? Figure out what works, how it all works together, so that you can start making choices. Because yeah, for me, painting is just a bunch of choices. It's and you can't make a choice that you haven't. You have to have the info to make the choice. Like otherwise, you're just making uninformed choices, right? Like, and then the results are just random because you don't know what you're doing. It's like having a boss come into a new workplace and like just start doing things, even though they don't know what's going on. And it's like whether or not they succeed isn't going to be because they made a good like it's not because of their skill. It's going to be basically based on chance because they don't actually know what they're doing. They're just flailing. And I feel like we don't want to be flailing. We want to make good choices. So we've got to learn stuff. We've got to learn a lot so that we can actually make good choices. So sometimes that just means like taking it slow. Anyway, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Thanks for being here. Hope you're doing well today. Coming into my hot rants. Okay, let's do another thumbnail. We are painting outdoor scenes today, except this one. This is gonna be the one we delete. We're not actually gonna work on that one, but we've been doing interiors the last couple days, so today is a good day for outdoor scenes. Maybe this one will make some vertical lines. That's another thing. I also just like to play around with shapes, and sometimes by using different tools, you can also explore different things and different ways of doing things. Although mostly I haven't really played around with too many different tools today. Pretty much all one brush. Thank you for the follow. How are you guys doing today? Hope the weekend was good. Alright, I don't know, I'm gonna make little contours around this or something. I'm just making shapes with lasso tools and stuff. No plan right now. I mean, maybe a little bit of a plan. Not really, though. I do like these contours. Almost, this feels like a mountain, like some sort of landform where the like a volcano or something shot the land out, and it sort of created these peaks. Let's get a foreground in here. Maybe we'll put some characters in here. That'd be fun. We haven't put any characters in these paintings yet today. Ooh, purple. That's a color. So how big do I want these characters if I make characters in here? Maybe this big? Maybe I'll put a bunch of little ones, little characters. You can silhouette them with light or dark. Yeah, maybe dark. Let's go like a dark. Yeah, let's do that. I'm gonna put some lighter color behind them because we can't see them right now. So how about a nice green? A green, maybe some brighter green yellow. Let's do that. Wait, what's happening? How do I do this? Okay, so I have a selection. They're on their own layer. I guess what I could do is select the inverse, copy, paste. Whoops, that's not right. What's happening? Copy, paste. No. Select inverse. Copy, paste. Copy, paste. Why is this not making a selection? What is happening? Sorry, I'm technical difficulties. There we go. That's what I wanted. Right, so now we have this. So now I can make an inverse, and I can paint behind. But that means I can also... So this should be... Yeah, okay. So now I can do this and make a line. That was way more complicated than it needed to be. And now I can make layers behind them. I was like, what is happening? That was like a brain fart moment where I could not figure out how to paint behind my own selection. Which the solution was very simple for people who don't know what was happening. Basically, I had a selection, and every time I would cut the selection out because it was all in one layer, I forgot to make a new layer behind it, so I kept trying to paint on the same layer, which it was just skill issue, basically. Okay, now I'm gonna merge them all together. I'm just start painting here. Little character here. Little blobs. Little blobbies. And then some lighter color back here for some atmospheric perspective. I feel like this isn't quite giving the sense of scale yet. Let's put some of these shapes back here as well. Maybe this one could be a little smaller. Also, some of these stripy things on these contours can be even smaller to really hopefully push that scale. Maybe we need a foreground thing as well. Or not foreground, midground. Just something to... I guess foreground also. Just something to start pushing this backward, right? So that we can feel like this area is far away. maybe even like these characters are more grounded down here. I'm trying to make this feel very, very epic, kind of like super far away. And maybe more atmosphere. We can get some more layering up here of like some of that light. Although I don't want to go too bright down there, because the further we are, right, it's still getting some of that atmosphere in there can really push that look. Maybe even some shadows and some smaller bits in here of like brighter stuff, so it feels like there's, you know, a river or smaller shapes. I'm not sure I like these foreground characters there. Maybe we'll get rid of them, actually, and we'll bring them back. Maybe we'll focus more on composition. Maybe that's what we'll do. Well, maybe we'll go a little bit... Ooh, I have an idea. We're going to move this upward. And then we're going to bring in some perspective here. To show, like, you know, this is downhill, you know, this is there's an overlap, this stuff is far away. The further away that, so maybe these are some trees back here, and maybe these are the same trees up here. So we start to get some of these shapes. So what was once a character is now going to be like a tree. Well, we can put the characters back in, but I'm really trying to push the sense of scale here. So I'm putting some large trees in here, and then I'm going to make them these same trees back here, so that we can kind of tell, like, oh, look how small these are. And then you can start to really see the mountain. And maybe there's even little tiny... So maybe these shapes are actually smaller back here. Little bits of just almost dots. That way we can maybe make the inference that these are the trees. This is, I think, where like a textured brush could maybe do something. But yeah, there's little dots back here that can represent trees. And then, of course, I don't know what this you know, material of this mountain is. It's kind of weird. But yeah, there we go. Lots of little shapes. You can also maybe keep some of these. There. That should do it in terms of making it feel epic in scale. Lots of atmosphere. Maybe we could even put something up here, though. That'd be kind of like a castle or something. I don't know. We could maybe put something up there that's catching some light. I don't know. That's probably not needed, honestly. It might even be better not to do that, because it's so far away. Anything that's back there, we won't even be able to see anyway. Maybe a little bit lighter at the top to show that, like, the height is far away. Could even put some clouds. Okay. Move on to the next one. Okay. Actually, before we do that, let me just do a little bit of cleanup. So we're gonna get rid of these thumbnails that were just demos and me explaining concepts at the start of the stream. And then we're gonna move these and arrange them into a way that looks kind of okay. Wait, let's do this. Uh-oh. I've merged my layers, so now my grid is all on the... That'll work. Okay, let's paint in this square. We don't have a lot of yellow or orange today. Let's paint some with yellow and orange. Can I choose red? Oh yeah, you can choose. Sure, sure. I mean, there. What? Oh yes, you can pick a color for a thumbnail. Absolutely. I didn't even realize. Somehow that was on my screen this whole time, and I didn't realize it. Yep, red. Do you just want like what type of red? Because red is like a hue, right? But there's like dark red. There's bright red. No. It's me who didn't see it. What kind of red do you want? If you want to be super specific, there's a hex code here you could use. Yeah, no, I didn't even realize. I was just rambling. I will say that if it's specific, it probably it's mostly just a starting point. 20 BD 2424. Let's take a look. Okay, nice. So yeah, one of the fun things with this is that, let's just put it down here so I don't forget. Is that, like, obviously I can't just paint a scene with entirely only red. So, like, I obviously have to change stuff, right? I have to, like, add other colors that are darker or lighter. Maybe I'll use some grays to try to, maintain that red as much as I can. But there are ways. So whenever I do these color challenges and I have a color in mind, or that someone's given me a color, there's sort of like two different sort of camps of thought that I will fall into. There's either use the red as like a light, or use the red in a way that the exact color might be in the scene, but it won't necessarily feel like the color. And then the other one is make an object of that color, but then the physical color on the canvas might not be the same, but it will at least feel like a red object, right? And so there's like, do you want the exact pixels to be that color? Or do you want an object to feel like it's red? And because those can be different, right? And it's kind of funny because oftentimes if I use that exact color of those pixels, right, the ones that you just listed in the hex code, so the BD 2424, that may not feel as red as if I do different color, right? Like it's sort of a tricky situation, and I try to do a combination of both. So like maybe I have red objects, but also some of the lighting is such that it'll still feel red, even though it won't look red. So for example, if I took like let's say there was a scene here. I just started with the mountain shapes, but anyway, let's say there's a scene and I were to take a dark blue light and make a shadow, right? Suddenly this red object that is now in shadow isn't the same color of red you chose, but it might feel red in the end because there's a consistent lighting, right? And if I take like, let's say sunlight or some bright color and make it all bright, that also isn't red, but now these middle tones, they have enough red to them where it still feels very red. And I think this is the way that I like to do it, which doesn't always end up the exact same color on the canvas as the person chose, because you get a lot of these like other colors in here, and you might actually end up with very little of that pure red. But at least then it feels like that color. Whereas if I were to take like a blue object and a bunch of blue stuff, or like a scene like this, right? And then I put some red in it, and maybe there's some red light or something, like I might end up with some of that color, but it may not feel like a red objects because they're actually blue objects under a red light, right? And so there's kind of like, do you want red objects in the scene under maybe a non-red light, or do you want, right? Like that's kind of the two trains of thought that I have, because it can get I find that it's tricky. And I've actually ran into this with commissions before, where someone's like, I want a painting that is green or something. And I, it's like, okay, well, what do you want to do with the painting? Is it going to go on your wall and you want it to match the color? Or do you want your character to have a green shirt, or like, right? Like that's different than saying, or like a, or like a, I want a white snowy scene. Okay, so you want it to be snowy. Do you want there to be literal white on the canvas? Or can I just paint a scene like at night that has snow that is actually quite blue, right? Like, depending on what your goals are, you might want literal white so that it matches with something in your room or your house. But you also might just want a snowy scene, and so they said white, but they didn't actually want white. They just wanted snowy and the vibe of snowy, and they want it to feel like it's snowy without actually having, it was just like their non-artist way of saying they wanted snow is by saying they wanted a white snowy scene. Anyway, I find it a really interesting uh, thing because it's not always something people consider, especially if you're gonna make something for like someone's wall and you're doing representational art. A lot of people are gonna think like, oh, a summer scene is gonna have these colors, but it might not. I don't know if any of that made any sense. Kind of a word salad. Hey Reg, hydrate. Hello. How's it going? Some good tea. Some good Earl Grey tea. Doing good. And you? I'm doing great. Doing really well today. In a good mood. We're painting some outdoor scenes. Look at these. Look at these buildings that we're making. Speaking of red, let's put some red in here too. I will get back to the paintings that we were doing. I just had a thought of putting some red up here as well. There we go. Yeah, lots of outdoor scenes. And so yeah, that's kind of what we're doing. I like the colors a lot today. Oh, thanks. Yeah. It's nice to come back to painting some sort of outdoor scenes, some mountains and landscape type stuff. Because we've been doing a lot of interiors lately. We'll make some arches. We like our arches. Never go wrong with a good arch in a painting. The red roofs one is super cool. Thanks. I like it. I've always enjoyed the like red, blue, green type paintings where there's just a not like RGB as in color, like settings or color profile, but just like literal colors of like blues and greens. You missed the interiors? Yeah, so we did 2 streams of interiors. We did this one, which was like a room with like a cat on a counter, some storytelling going on with our tipped over things and the stuff on the ground. The cat clearly is the culprit here. There's some issues. Interiors are tough for me. And so there was some issues with the composition here. And then we did this one, the last stream. And this one was fun too. A lot of little like a library or some sort of like archive with lots of little cubby holes with things, papers. Also a cat. But this one was more about this stuff. Anyway, there's like a shady character in the background or something. So yeah, those were the 2 interiors we did. I liked them. I had a lot of fun with it. And I actually kind of want to continue this one. It has some issues with composition that I'd like to fix. Most notably, put the cat in more of a focal point area. And also maybe, extend the canvas this way. Alter the chairs to be in more of an organic formation instead of a perfect line. But yeah, it was fun. I actually think I learned a lot for environments. It's fun to paint these little scenes. It's most of the times when I do environments, I'm painting directly from a reference. So it's kind of nice to try and exercise that muscle of like constructing one from scratch. So I enjoy that. And I guess for those who don't know, most of the time I am constructing stuff kind of from the ground up, trying to apply sort of more fundamental stuff rather than just like doing a study and painting from a photo and trying like I'm trying to practice applying all the stuff that I know rather than actively go out and learn new things, if that makes sense. And so a lot of times the breakthroughs that I might make on stream are more like I have an idea of what I want to achieve, and now I'm just trying to figure out how to do it, you know, without just like, yeah, that's basically. So that's kind of what I'm doing here too. Sometimes when I have ideas, and I also try to make it a point to you know, watch a lot of videos, read a lot of books, learn a lot of things. That way I always have something to apply, right? That way when I do come to stream, I have some concept that if I want to focus on, I can, right? Oh, I want to work on perspective today? Great. I have things that I know that I need to work on. I might not know how to apply them, but I at least know what they are and how I can approach it. I know nothing and trying to learn. But see, I think it's hard. I think if you feel like you don't know anything and you're just trying to learn, I think just painting, like, I struggle with that from like a theoretical point of view, right? I don't understand. Like, I mean, I think it can be fun, right? Saying like, I don't know how to skateboard, but I'm gonna go buy a skateboard and just go and start riding it, right? But I feel like that is such a chaotic recipe for varied results. Like, are you gonna learn how to do a kickflip if you've never seen a person do a kickflip? Probably not, right? Like, but watching a single video on how to do a kickflip, now you have so much more information to go and work off of. Now when you go skateboarding, you can try to apply what you just learned in the video, and like now maybe you'll learn how to do a kickflip, right? Like that to me, the mileage is going to be so much better if you try to learn a little bit first and then go apply it. That's always been my way of doing it. I'm not claiming it's the only way. I know there's lots of people who, you know, just more or less just look at art they like and try to understand it on their own, and they make up their own sort of, they figure it out on their own. I just don't understand how that works. Like, I feel like it's a coin toss. If it works for you, though, that's great. I just can't fathom sinking hours and hours and hours in this. I mean, again, I do this in video games because I actually think it's fun, and oftentimes games are new, and you know, new games come out every so often. So a lot of times when you're approaching a game this way, you kind of are the trailblazer, right? But in art, in something like art, I don't know, I feel like I like the learning process, so I actually enjoy just watching videos and learning stuff that I can apply. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I think the first oil painting I ever did, well, I should say that the first oil portrait painting I ever did, actually, probably even the first oil painting ever, I did an underpainting, right? I did an underpainting. It was like you know, like an ochre or a sepia tone type underpainting, because I saw other people do it. I'm like, I'm going to try it that way. And because at that point, I had already known what values are, and I'm like, oh, let's cover up my canvas so the white's not showing. And like, this just seemed like a good way of doing it because the pros are doing it that way. And like, I don't know, it was fun for me to try. Like, I think it's fine to try things out and stumble across that info on your own. But for me, it just, I don't know. It never, it's never been quite as appealing. It's funny. I don't know. Maybe I'm just like a weird hypocrite here. Because again, I do this in video games. It's the way that I like to play games. Is kind of going blind and at least first playthrough, you know, figure it out on my own. But something about painting, I think maybe the act of like, maybe I'm weird in that painting itself it is fun for me, but it's not as fun. Like I like the decision making part. It's almost like doing a logic puzzle, right? If I'm going to sit down and do a logic puzzle, I want to make sure I at least know what the rules are, right? It's not so much fun that I just want to be lost the whole time. I want there to feel like I'm making progress, right? Because I like that problem solving. If I'm just flailing around and experimenting entirely without any direction, I actually feel like it's not as fun. I think some people do though. They can actually get that type of joy from painting, like it's a video game. So they do like to go in blind. They don't want to watch videos. They don't want to learn anything really other than their own experiences because that for them is the fun. I'm not that way. I actually like to have new tools and tricks and tips and things that I can apply, and that's just it. To me, it makes it so much. I don't know. I guess it's just a different way. I think it's just a different way of approaching it. Like I envy the people I think a little bit the people who claim to never watch a tutorial and they just love painting and they do it all the time, or they I just shouldn't say tutorial, but they never care to like seek out new information. It's purely through exploration and like personal experimentation. That just doesn't appeal to me. I love like even applying this to I guess some video games, right? Like a Minecraft type video game. I love going in and seeing like the crazy tech people have developed of all their weird builds and farms, automated farms and redstone stuff, or their, oh, you can use this block in this really peculiar way and you can use it to like as a I'm trying to think of an example. You can use this thing that isn't normally a thing in another way. This particular block at this angle next to this other block looks like a wheel, and you can now make wheels on you can make cars that look like they have realistic wheels. That's really cool. Like I never would have thought of that. Maybe I would have stumbled on that on my own, but like I see something like that, like, oh, I can apply that in my own builds. That's super cool. And then I can figure out a creative way to apply it. So like I like just seeing what's possible, and then I can be inspired to do like my variation on it. And it's not, I don't know. I think that kind of thing just becomes way more exciting when you're aware of what exists. And so I like to go out there, see what exists, and like I'm gonna, like learn from it. I don't know, but I do think there are people who just they don't have any interest in watching a streamer. They don't have any interest in watching a tutorial. They don't have any interest in doing anything other than just playing the game on their own. In fact, my brother is a lot like this. I remember in League of Legends, we play. There was a time where we both played a lot of League of Legends, and I would, I basically I was kind of a hipster player in that I just played characters that I wanted to play and that were fun. But I was acutely aware of like the meta, right? I was very aware of what was popular, what the chattering on the forums were about what's good, what's not. I was very up to date with like the pro scene and the common strategies and things that people are doing, so that like I was very aware of it. I didn't necessarily do those things myself, but I like to be informed because it helped me make choices with my team or against the opponent, against my opponents. Like I could make choices better that way. My brother, he was like, why would I watch a streamer or a professional game? Like, why would I watch someone play when I could just play the game myself? And so he never watched people play. He had no idea what was good or what was good or what was bad. He just played stuff. And he was very good at the game. Like, I think we were pretty dang close to being similar skill level and like in ranked. And he just played the game and learned from his experience. And I had a lot of outside knowledge coming in. And, I think I don't know if it, I think I played a little bit more than him, so I probably climbed slightly higher in the ladder or in the rankings in ranked. But like, he did perfectly fine for himself, and he was very good at the game. And yet he never once probably watched a YouTube video on like, you know, the fastest farming method for Lee Sin in the jungle, right? Like, even if he's playing that character, he still didn't look up the optimal ways to do things because he just didn't care. And he would just do what works for him. And like that's two very different ways of playing a game and two very different ways of learning. I don't understand his way really. Like I just feel like it's I don't know. To me it doesn't make a lot of sense, but hey, clearly there's people like that, and yeah. You're obsessed with redstone farms? Yeah. I mean, I don't like building redstones. I don't honestly I don't understand it that well. Um, it's funny because I actually took a lot in back many moons ago, some fifth I don't know. I'm gonna age myself here. But like 20 years ago, I took a in high school. I took a logic class, like computer logic class, with like gates and or gates and not gates and all this, like logic gates, right? And so you can create rudimentary systems and like calculators and things. You can add numbers and multiply stuff, and you learn how the logic behind those things work. I thought it was a really cool class. I actually think I did, if I remember correctly, I grasped it very well, and it was probably one of my favorite classes. And I remember doing like these big contraptions of massive logic, and just like a it was just a massive thing. And like I didn't at the time Minecraft didn't exist, but like it was extremely close to redstoning. But for whatever reason, partly because I've forgotten a lot of that stuff, I don't know much about how the redstone stuff works in game. Like I understand that there's an equivalent of everything I just said with like making little logic gates and all that, but I don't actually understand which parts of that each component in Minecraft is, and I've just never really learned. And it's never been like redstoning is not the thing that I love in Minecraft, right? It's I like what exists. I think it's super cool to be aware of it, but doing it myself just hasn't been a top priority. But it's funny because I think if you would have, you know, if I would have gotten into Minecraft, if Minecraft would have existed when I was in high school, I think I would have been a redstoner, you know? I think I it's absolutely something I would have fallen in love with because the similarities are so like they're basically like the same. So anyway, I thought it was super cool. I don't know where this is going other than to say I think there's all different kinds of learning, and I don't think anyone should ever feel bad for just wanting to paint and have a good time and not, constantly looking up information. Anyway, there's the red painting that we were doing. Now, let's vote. Let's pick one of these. Let's clean this up a bit. Or maybe I'll do a little bit more here. Actually, before we vote, I'm going to do a quick, not a break. I'm not taking a break, but I am taking a quick break from painting. I'm going to do, for like 5 minutes, I'm going to do the daily Wordle and the connections. Actually, let's just do the connections. Wordle is better done off stream, I think. Connections is fun to do on stream because it's kind of a very puzzly, and people can help join in if you want. But the way connections works, it's a word game where there's 4 groups of 4 words, and you have to find and they're connected in some way. Not all of these are connected in some way, but there's 4 groups, and each group that exists wherever it might be, they will be connected through some connector concept. It could be like a synonym. It could be there could be like a missing word. So, maybe they're all acronyms or something. or maybe it's yeah. Where you can take money from, wallet, bank, etc. Sorry, I haven't even started. Yeah, let's see. Visit, bank, wallet, hit, smack ATM, cash register, bounce, purse. We've got a couple money things though. Purse, ATM. Yeah, there's definitely a money theme going on, but there's also tip jar. So this is going to be a tricky one because we have a lot of money ones, and I don't want to guess yet at that. Carome? What is Carome? Carom. Isn't that like a game like curling? Bank? Ricochet. So this is like that's that thing where you like flick stuff, right? And it's like the shuffleboard or whatever you call it, where like you're putting a coin into a hole. Carom. I don't know how you say that. But so is bounce, bank, curl. Oh gosh. Bounce is also there. Ricochet, bank, bounce. I think it's bounce. Let's try that. There we go. Rebound. Money into, money out of. Maybe. You could curl, pucker, purse your lips, smack your lips, pucker your lips, purse your lips, smack your lips, curl your lips. Yeah, there we go. Curl. Oh, we've already... That was a purple. What the heck? That's supposed to be the hard category. Never would have guessed that. Okay, so we've got one of the money ones away, so now we should be able to do ATM, wallet, tip jar, cash register. We also had bank. Bank was green. So this is our money one. Places to find paper money. So yeah, see, I think bank it was a little bit I think bank was tricky, right? Because we paired it with wallet initially. Anyway, that was kind of surprisingly easy. I don't know why purple was so easy. Click page you hit. I don't know why purple... That was a weird one because purple is supposed to be the hardest. And for whatever reason, this to me was the one that disambiguated all the money ones, right? Like, this to me was the hard one because there were so many money options and you had to disambiguate which money ones went to another category, right? So this one made sense because these all were synonyms for the same word, right? They all just meant rebound. So that was the easiest one for me. This one also are just things you can do with your lips. So it's like you can't, cash register your lips. So of course purse is going to be a thing and wallet isn't, right? There's no doubt about what this is once you know what the category is. But the money one, even if you knew what the category is, you can't get it because there's bank, there's purse, and I guess there's none down here. But so that's just weird to me. I feel like the purple and the yellow category should have been flip-flopped. Am I crazy? Like, purple... I mean, maybe this was yellow because it was a straightforward concept, but I feel like they goofed up by putting 6 words that could have fit the concept. Why would you put purse and bank in a yellow category when you... I don't know. It just seems backwards. I'm a little perplexed by that one. It wasn't a hard one, but yeah, I don't understand. Okay, let's do the Wordle. That was very weird. Let's start with the word. What do we start with? We could start with paint. I like the word paint as a starter. I think yesterday's was funny. I started with the word paint, and then it was all grays. We'll do yeast. Reed Kreiner says yeast. Let's do yeast. Yesterday I started with the word paint, and it was all grays. And then I did the word brush, and it was all grays. And it was quite the Wordle. Okay, we got a E, so we could do like error. No, error. God, what if it was error? I don't think I'm not gonna do three R's, but um, I do want to get an O in there. Uh, a clone, crone. What about crone? Is that a word? That way, if there is an R, we'll at least know. And it crone. Okay, it's not crone. But there, um, uh, E ECK Fleck. We could do Fleck. Queen. Not with a C. Sorry, there might be a delay, so by the time you say Queen, um, I feel like I would go with, if I were doing this on my own, I would go with Fleck. But I'm happy for another word that fits. My brain is saying it's ECK. It doesn't have to be. It could be EC. Could be something like, I don't know. I can only think of an ECK ending with E and C, but it doesn't have to be. But we could do like Fleck. Fleck? Okay, we'll go with Fleck. It's not Fleck. It's not ECK. So it either starts with an E or it's something like this. Excel. No, it can't be Excel. There's no L. E. So they could have an E here or an E here. And then a C could be in the middle. I don't know why I'm struggling with this. Can you think of a word with an I in it? Not with also a C, maybe. With also a C and an E, though. I want to play by hard mode rules, so I don't just want to guess a word with, like, an I, right? With an I in it, but without the E and the C. I feel like it's going to be... I mean, it probably does start with an E, right? Is there like a Decid? That's not a word. Pesid. Yeah. No, it can't be E. Wait, what am I doing? See, this doesn't feel right. How can it end in do anything other than end in? But EC is such a weird ending. It could be C. No, it can't be CH. It could end. It can't end in CH. If anyone has any guesses. It could be ED. Itched? Would it really be a plural? No, that's not a word though. It's it. Et. Et. What the heck? I'm so confused. I'm at a loss. I can't even think of a word. If I can think of a single word, I'm gonna go with it. We could just try. Okay. Etched, etchip, pitchy. No, that's not. Oh gosh, somebody help me. If anyone's here in chat and would like to help, Clyde. No, there's no L. C-E. I mean, there's only an E and a C. C. This should not be that hard. Bicep. How about bicep? I think that's it. It's the only word I can think of. Bicep is the word. Putting the C and the E there. I think that's it. What do you think? Yay, nay? That's tough. I'm gonna go with bicep. Oh, it's it. That's it. That was hard. I was like, what in the world? I can't think of a word. But yeah, it's funny how that works. Just putting the letters in different spots and being like, maybe it's CE something. Thing. Okay. Anyway, thanks for the help. That was hard. All right, back to painting. We got there. That was a tough one. I think that was the toughest Wordle that I've done in quite a long time. Normally they are more about like the word isn't hard to guess. There's just a lot of options, and so it's more about narrowing them down rather than like I can't think of a word. You painted over the interior? Yeah. I these two are the interiors. Yeah, we're not doing an interior today. We're not doing an interior. We are going to vote, though. So I'm just going to make a... Now, we'll do a straw poll. A proper straw poll. Rather than doing it on Twitch, I'm going to do it off Twitch because this will allow us for multiple choices per person. Which I think when we have 6, it's better that way to do like not a ranked choice, but multi-vote. So yeah, if you are viewing the stream right now and you're in chat or not in chat, you can click the link and go to straw poll and vote. It'll take you to a page that looks like this, and you can select any numbers. So here's, yeah, you can select multiples or do whatever. There we go. My face is gone for just a brief moment. What one am I gonna vote for? I think I'm gonna vote for. I mean, 3 and 6 are just like the best, right? Am I crazy here? I don't think I'm crazy. I think 3 and 6 are like I don't like saying. I think it's. I do like saying this. I think 3 and 6 are objectively the best, and I realize that's a silly statement to make because objectivity in art. But let's be real. They are much. I don't know. I think they're just more interesting, and they're more maybe not 6. 6's composition's a little weird. I don't know. Maybe it's not objective. It's just my opinion. But in my opinion, objectively, 3 and 6 are the best. Whatever that means. I guess it all depends on what the goals are, right? And with my goals, like 2 is too nebulous, and I'm not sure what I'm doing with it, and it might be interesting, but I'm not excited about it. And I just don't. There's no direction. Uh, 3 and 6 at least have a clear direction. 5 and 4 can be kind of cool. Interesting colors, interesting compositions. 1 isn't. There's not much happening there either. But yeah. Let's see which ones are winning the vote. Currently, oh, we got a couple people voting. 8 people have voted. If you'd like to vote, you can still do that. Oh, let me pin. Oh, you know what? I goofed up. I didn't pin this to chat. Let's pin it to chat for 4 minutes. Or 3. Let's do 3 minutes. It's going to be a quick vote. You've got 3 minutes to vote on Twitch if you haven't voted yet. It's the straw poll is pinned to the top of chat, I believe. So you can click that and vote. But yeah, hope everyone's doing well today. You know what I think I'm gonna do while we're voting? I'm gonna run away and start another pot of tea because I'm almost done here, which is rare. I don't normally go through an entire cup of tea, but here we are. So I'm gonna go start my kettle. So I will be back in a jiffy. I'm gonna go press the button. It's already full of water. That was quick. Just ran across my room. Or I guess my apartment. It's funny that I call it my room, but really it's just my apartment is one room, so I guess that makes sense. But yeah, I think I'm kind of feeling one of these like the more vast landscapes, like number 3 or 6, where there's a lot of scale, a lot of depth, a lot of atmosphere, and also maybe structures in the background, things that I remember back. Actually, number 6 is very bringing me back to like the origin story of me getting into landscapes. There's an artist on YouTube and just in general. His name is Feng Zhu. Many of you will probably know him. I think he's popular, but also I don't know. Anyway, Feng Zhu made a lot of videos about concept art and stuff back in like 10 years ago. And I remember stumbling across one of his videos. And the way he talked about like making video game art and painting environments, he talked a lot about the fundamentals and sort of building up skills, and he treated it like a skill, right? He didn't talk about it like this artsy thing. And that was one of the moments for me that kind of clicked and was like, wow, this is a skill I think I could learn. Or maybe not that I think I could learn, but I'd like to learn it, and I'm going to try. And so he kind of got me into it, and he painted a lot of this like vast stuff. He talked about like some of the ideas, with video game art specifically, where you might have like a desert next to the ocean, next to the mountains, next to some rocky mountainscape, and it's like all of this can exist in one image. But in real life, you can't really have that, right? Because the distance doesn't typically, like, the land doesn't change from one region to the next that quickly, typically. And so in video games, you can look out and see the mountain, the snowy mountain peaks with the plains down below and the the river that goes through it. And then you have like a jungle on another side, right? Like you can kind of get all of this changing landscape much easier in video games. And that's kind of what this makes me think of, right? You have like this like whatever the foreground is, and then you have like this area down here, and then you have the big thing. Like there are some places in the world that kind of give that vibe, but that's like quite a common thing where like you can see where you need to go, but you have to travel through, oh, I got to travel through that swamp first before I can go to the mountains or whatever. Should have voted 6. It's okay. I think 6 is winning the vote. And I think we are done with the vote. So 6 has won. But yeah, I think 3 and 6 both give that sort of throwback to like the types of environments that really inspired me to get into environment art. And it's been a long time since I've done this stuff. So it'll be fun to I mean, okay, it hasn't been that long since I've done this stuff. Let's be real. I paint environments like every day. But this kind of like there's been a lot of focus on closer up things, more form related, more like sometimes even architectural, but like yeah, and even more lately, I've been doing a lot of interiors, and so or a couple interiors. So yeah, it'll be nice to do this for a change. This is gonna be a cozy painting, I think. Cozy in the sense that it's low stress, easy going. The choices I make can be fun. They're not like challenging brain struggling things like how do I, fit this in the composition or how do I paint this subject or how do I make the colors work. I think it's gonna just kind of come together and I get to do whatever I want. Big spiky mountains, just fun stuff. Maybe we'll add some elements in it that are a little bit unusual. I don't know. We can always do whatever. So yeah, you really like the shapes of 3 too? Thanks. Yeah, I liked 3. I thought, here, let me close some of these. Oh, I've got a face again. Yeah, I'm gonna open back up this. So these were the thumbnails that we just voted. This one won the vote. This is what we're gonna turn it into. So okay, so we've got a few directions we can take on this. I definitely want to maintain the vast landscape, and I think that concept that I was just talking about, where you have like the foreground is a different biome or like environment type than the midground and the background, where it turns into a thing. It's like you cross this vast landscape and then you start going up the mountain and the mountain gets more and more treacherous and eventually up top you have all the icy snow caps or whatever. Like I think that's sort of the feeling that I want to convey, where it's like this space is massive, and as you traverse it you will experience all sorts of different places and terrain, and it'll be a whole experience, right? It's not just like, look, it's all mountain, right? Mountain for miles. There's lots of stuff happening. So that I think that's the mood that I want to convey, which means I'm gonna do a lot of like smaller shapes, try and really push that vastness. I might also put like maybe there's like a little houses or something in the foreground that kind of like people are living here or were living here. I don't know. We could do some. We could also do something like in this is quite common in like Final Fantasy, right? You'll have like a giant shape back here that's carved out of the mountain. Like, look, there was a major event that shaped our world, and this thing is destroyed or whatever, and like this is the remains of it, and it's our society lives with this giant symbol of the war or whatever that happened in the back. So we could do something like that where there's some like interesting land formation. So yeah. Okay, my water is done boiling, so I'm gonna go pour another cup of tea. Desert next to snow. Let's go. Yeah, something like that, right? It doesn't have to be desert next to snow, but that idea where in art you can span, right? You can span these spaces so fast, and you can have desert next to snow. And I think that's really neat. That's something that I like about landscape art. So yeah. Anyway, okay, I'm gonna go pour tea, be back in another jiffy. And then we will get into painting stuff. Painting environments. Almost back. Hold on. Not quite here yet. It always feels weird to talk into my mic when I'm not at my computer or when I'm not at my desk. Okay. Here we go. Okie dokie. I am back. Got my tea piping hot. I'll turn back on the webcam. Okay. Oh, there's a fly. I was gonna try and get the fly, but it flew away. It was kind of slow. It looked like he was maybe struggling, but it just got out of reach. Okay. So yeah, my plan for this is I guess just show scale. This is gonna be one of those sort of epic landscape paintings. Um, yeah, maybe we'll even find some references for mountains, snowy like the Alps. Doesn't have to be the Alps, but you know, classic snow-peaked mountains. Not that I'm going to paint the Alps, but using that as a reference could be nice for scale. I'm going to open up PureRef. And also just one of the things, we were talking about this last stream as well, but sometimes when I'm painting things like above us, right? Some of the shapes that I make are going to be like they'll follow the contours, right? To help show that help show that we are looking up at things. So some of that is going to be the shapes that I'm going to pay attention to in real paintings or real life photos, right? It's just like some of the shapes that exist at very high up places because like big mountains still look mountainous, right? And they don't all just have the snow going around them. But surely some of that will exist. And so that's kind of what I'm going to look for is can I find shapes that make these things look massive, especially when they are actually above our viewpoint. So, for example, like this painting, or it's not a painting. It could be AI, but I don't think it is. But like, oh, here you can't even see it. So like this one, right? Like you can, you can almost imagine the form of this, like there's a point here. I don't know if you can see it. This little point, it's like a little crook. And then that point, if we're to follow that with your eyes, and then down here you can kind of see some of these other lines. There's some faint lines that go down. They're not perfect, but they kind of describe like one form or one plane of the. Here, let me see if I could show you. I'm not going to do it exactly on my painting, but for example, if this were the peak, you could kind of see that like some of the peak goes like this, and then these edges kind of might come down like this, and then on the other side there's this other corner, and if you were to connect those, you can kind of, it almost makes like the square shape, right? And you can start to see the three-dimensionality of the shape of the peak, even though there's lots of lines going all directions. There are some forms that kind of help define it. And you know, distinct light and shadow shapes, right? So you have like a nice shape here that's purely in light, and then everything else is in shadow, and it just helps, like, I don't know, it fits with the perspective. Anyway, that's so yeah, just an observation. That's kind of some of the stuff that I think about, or even stuff like this where like you can see down here a lot, but as you get up, you know, you can't see the tops of these edges because you're looking up at them because it's almost getting above your eye line. And so the shapes that you do see are more pointy, whereas these shapes that you see are more rounded because we're looking down, right? There's no like there's no tippy points, right? Up here, there's a lot of little points and jagged silhouettes. Up here, there's no silhouettes because we're looking downward, so you don't see a silhouette of something when you're looking at the top of it, right? Like, because it's just a smooth surface. But when you're looking on the side, then it is. Anyway, I don't know if that makes sense. But like here, we just see the top of this, but up here we see the points. So like stuff like that. It's not like novel stuff. This isn't anything that no one's heard before. But I think it's just. What about a little tiny bitty character? Maybe in the foreground. We could do a little character in the foreground. Yeah, we could do that. We could totally do that. So do we have lighting? I think we do want lighting in this image. Let's put the lighting on this side. So similar to the yeah, similar to that photo. Again, I don't want to copy the photo, but I do want, what happened, or I guess it's more of a question, but like what happens when I put a lot of lighting here, right? I'm making lots of little jagged shapes, and then I'm just going to take like a very bright, I'm going to take the same blue I already have and just crank it up into the brightness like that. We could go a little almost into the yellows and go pure white. I don't know if I want to do that. I think with atmospheric perspective, we can stay in the blue. We can go very white, but I think staying in the blue realm is going to help. And now I can start carving out some of these a little bit better. And I don't want to go too blue in the shadows, right? Because we don't really have a super blue sky, right? Unlike that photo that I just shared where like the sky is this blue. Well, the shadows are also very blue. And I don't really want to go that blue. We might go a little blue, but not much. I like the pink, actually. It's kind of fun. It's a little unusual. And so yeah, I want lots of little shapes. I'm going to try to imply lots of detail, which is something that I don't always do a ton of. Get some big shadows in here. Also, let's see what else. I think another thing is we can have like a shadow casting on this thing, so like a shadow being cast by itself. That's always a fun sort of lighting effect. That may not be as clear in something of this scale, but I think it would be nice to show that like if you have this massive shape, that this massive shape is going to cast the light. Also, do I like this? I think we could go a little bluer or brighter here to show that contrast. I don't know. I think this kind of works. Sorry, lots of flip-flopping the canvas back and forth. If that's making people dizzy, I apologize. But yeah, I think we can put some itty-bitty characters in the foreground. I do want to get the sense of scale, though, first, and try to play around with some of the texture and darkness and shapes of this thing. And then some of these greens can start creeping up into here. Maybe some foothills. We can even add other layers of foothills if we wanted. But I think just adding a little bit of of lines back there. Knowing me, I'd make a huge skeleton on the mountain to make it fantasy. I mean, hey, that's totally doable. Yeah. I mean, that's one of those things where like adding shapes that are distinctly, like giant arches in the mountain. Actually, I'm kind of tempted to do that. Or shapes that are very unusual, like this. Like, what is happening here? Where you have these curly things. That's very fantasy, also. Um, yeah, I think it'd be fun to do some of that. Maybe there's an arch here. Although the arch shouldn't be there if we do it right. So we could try to play around with that and say, well, what if we moved this shape over here? What if we did something like that? These mountains that are flip-flopped. Like maybe this is not the most novel concept, but like this will make it feel more fantasy. Something like that. Maybe some more of this blue in here to show some of these ridges. Maybe there's even little particles over here. And if this is gonna be our composition, maybe there's like a little pathway, right? Maybe there's a distinct some light that goes back here. A little path. Something that comes up here. But yeah, we can also now we're also getting into like compositional stuff. So maybe we'd want to move our entire mountain this way more, and so it's more in the middle. I don't know if we need to do that. I think we could also. There's a solution here if this is too close to the edge for our liking, is to just pull the eye this way first. So like bring our focal point a little bit more over here, right? Like if you were to put like a town over here and draw characters in here, suddenly this is like a final destination, and so you're kind of moving the eye around anyway. That's another option. I do think it probably makes sense until we have a reason not to just move this over here. That's one of those things where like, when in doubt, just do the general wisdom. Again, it's fun to sort of carve your own way as an artist and make up your own rules, but sometimes just I think following good, well understood concepts is a good way to do it, unless you have a reason not to. But I do think we don't have to go like, we don't need it in the center or whatever. We could have it a little bit off to the side, but we can still bring the eye around more. So maybe we make these lines go a little bit more like that. Sort of pushing our eye into here first, which means these shapes could come in. Thank you for the follow. But now I'm thinking about like, what are these things? Are they trees? Are they old buildings? And also maybe we can get. Oh, we kind of lost some of that white, didn't we? So we can bring some of that back. So we can bring some of that white back. Some of the blue can come in there. Hey Joe, love the painting so far. Sleepymon, thank you. And also thank you for the follow. Everybody who's just following, I appreciate you being here. Okay, so now we got some of the blue from the snow. We want the snow mostly in the top of the mountain. There's sort of a logic here, right? That snow on the top and it gets less snowy as it goes further down. I think bringing in some light over here could be nice. Like, because we have the light coming in this way, right? And so, and I feel like we need a shape over here to bring our eye from here to here. And I think a bright greenish, yellowish. Again, I don't want to do it too large, though, because I do want it to feel like it's far away. But I think some greenish, bright greenish yellow line, basically cutting across the painting, can do that. Right, and then it can go back here, almost like a path. It's not really a path, but it's more of a path of light. And then it can go behind these shapes, so these shapes can, and then we can kind of pop it back out here. So, and then this can all be purple again. So now we have kind of like a zigzag, right? And I think that's gonna help a little bit of like bring our eye back over here a little bit. I mean, not too much over there, but like, you know, to hopefully balance the scene. That's at least the idea. Okay, now, okay, so we've got our adventurers. We could do adventurers going down here a little bit if we wanted. This could be, you know, maybe this is like maybe this is like the ending of a story. You know, you're coming out of the swampy area or something, or there's some place here that is not super friendly, and then you know, the sun is looking nice, the mountains are beautiful, but we're coming out of like the, you know, the not so nice lands, you know? It's like the end of our adventure. We're arriving at home at last or something. And so maybe we want to put some of these you know, shapes in the foreground that are a little bit less appealing. I don't know. As opposed to a lot of like, right, it's like the opposite of Lord of the Rings, right? All in Lord of the Rings you have Frodo and Sam and the crew sort of going through like the nice scenery, right? You have the epic mountainscapes, you've got the nice greenery and the you start at the Shire, it's this nice friendly place, and then you get more as you progress, you get more and more into the weeds of like the evil stuff, the swamps and the terrible terrain and the harsh environments, right? It just gets worse and worse until you arrive at like, you know, Mordor, and it's fire and volcano and like, you know, it's like, so this is like the opposite, right? We're coming out of that place, and you see like, oh, we're home. It's beautiful. It's green. It's sunshiny. There's sort of that story progression. Imagine dying going back to the Shire against goblins or something because you're tired and injured. Imagine dying. Okay, that dying sucks. Going back to the Shire against goblins or something because you're tired and injured. What do you, oh, you mean like in a video game where like, oh, this is getting too hard, let me go back into the easy stuff? Is that what you're saying? I mean, that's what you do in video games, right? In video games, so that I think that's the standard progression like games in most stories is like you start out in the peaceful beginner village. There's a helicopter. Pardon the helicopter. That was pretty loud. But yeah, I think that's pretty standard in games, right? I think the game that did this most on the nose was Lost Ark. Lost Ark, actually, I like it, kind of. I like the way the environments are set up, but basically, you start, if I recall correctly, in like a here. I know artists love graphs, so I'm gonna draw a graph because I like graphs. I know other people don't. But anyway, um, on a scale of like, paradise, which is, I'm going to say like a 10. So think of this as like the most serene, beautiful, like heavenly place you could possibly, this is the Shire, right? This is like the most desirable, idyllic scenery. And this is like, this is terrible. This is terror. This is awful, right? So the way the graph of like the locations in Lost Ark starts at like here, and it's like it's okay, it's not terrible, but then the places. Oh, sorry. Let's reverse this. Let's do 10 is the worst. Sorry, I'm gonna flip these. 10 is the worst. So this is worst. The worst place you can imagine, right? And this is like the ideal place. This is the Shire, right? So the way Lost Ark works is they start at like a 2, right, or a 3. So it's pretty great, right? You start in a pretty nice spot. Maybe this is a 3, but at each zone that you go to, so this is your start. Each zone you go to is like progressively worse until you get to like the coldest, harshest, most horrible environment ever, and there's just like people dying on the streets, and it's terrible. And then you basically you start to like very very quickly as the story wraps up, you kind of end your way back at like the most ideal place. It's like this, glowing oasis of beauty, and just everything looks amazing and it's beautiful again. And it's like there's kind of this like progression of like the story gets really really bad, and then you make your way to summit like to paradise. And this is like, the beginner zone is beautiful, the ending zone is beautiful, but in between you go through a whole like it's really just like the most. It's very designed, right? Like it doesn't feel like it's chaotic. You're not jumping around all over. It really, I mean, there are nice spots. You can obviously, somewhere in the middle, you get your access to your boat, and you can travel around. Or actually, it's like here you get access to a boat, so you can go to nice locations and you can travel. But the main story quest takes you through this arc of like terrible environments. Anyway, I thought it was. I thought it was really cool, and yeah, backtracking is made less made in a good way. Yeah, I mean, I think in a good game, right, you still have that progression, but also you have the option. Like side quests can take you to nice locations or something. Like I think there's ways to do little bits of relief in there that aren't like feeling like you're backtracking in story or difficulty. Like this is something that I think MMOs have understood for quite a while, but players oftentimes don't, because you always hear complaints about like I just don't want to do delivery quests. Stop making me travel from one place to the next, right? Like don't just make me do errands. And like I think those errand quests, there's a degree of like goodness to them. I don't think they're as bad as people think they are. I think they can offer a nice relief from constantly fighting difficult stuff. And actually I think this is where a game like Path of Exile actually shows that certain types of quests are not fun. Where if every, I mean, I love Path of Exile too, but it is just boss after boss after boss. Every single thing just gets harder and harder. Well, kind of. But like it's all like there's just big bosses. That is the challenge that keeps pushing you forward, is you're basically bossing. And I think it's nice when you have, maybe these big pinnacle bosses, but also like give some, you know, rest areas, give some chill stuff, give some options to the players where they can, craft, or they can do other sides content that isn't so hard, and maybe in nicer environments. Don't just throw the worst and the most terrible at them in, forever. Like I think it's good to have those delivery quests, or those just talking to NPC type quests. Not everything needs to be go and kill the biggest baddest dragon. Um, so yeah, I think a lot of games have figured that out very well. And then, but you always have players that are like, I don't like those quests. Well, then don't do them. You know, but it does. I think that's one of those things. If you took them all away, it would feel worse. Unfortunately. All right, pull the trigger. Abandoning Big Line's corpse and supporting blobbing. What brushes should I start with? I think you should start with any brush where you can blob without texture. So you can use a texture brush, but if you press hard, you should be able to get a solid shape with hard edges. Right? So for example, here's the brush I'm using. It's a brush by Zach Retz, but basically it's a textury brush, but if you press hard, that texture goes away, and you can make nice blocky shapes. Similarly, another brush that I use, I actually have a link to my brushes, or to a brush, that I actually don't, oops, where is it? There we go. On Twitch, I just put a link, but I don't, so for what I'm doing, I don't think it's as important. So for example, any of these brushes, see, this one's not as good because I can't make a clear shape. It's too fuzzy, right? So like this brush is not a brush I would recommend. A brush that I used a lot of, which was, it's called JS Canvas Oval. It's just basically my brush. This was a brush I used for a long time, right? This can make a nice hard edge. The actual shape of the brush is like this, right? It's kind of stampy, but and then this one is this shape, right? It's a totally different shape. It's tall. It's right. It's just this brush has a different shape, but it can make the same, right? It can do the same thing when blobbing by giving you hard edges and clear shapes. This one, not ideal, right? This one is too soft to me. It's hard to blob. It's again, it's fine to use a soft brush, but I want to make it. I think if you're a beginner or you're starting out with this method, you don't want something that feels like an airbrush, right? Anything that's airbrushy, like this is a literal airbrush, you can't make these clear. It's hard to blob things because you can't even control the shape that you're getting, right? So yes, you can go smaller with your brush size, but you're always, relatively, it's gonna look a little blurry, right? Compared to like if you use a lasso tool, this edge is gonna look crisp, right? That's crisp, that's not, right? I think it's better to get closer to this type of edge, so I would not use an airbrush. Again, I think it's fine to use. I do use an airbrush, by the way, but not for my main block-in. For my main block-in phase, when I'm trying to like just make big shapes, focusing on graphical stuff. But yeah, that's kind of how I tend to look for brushes with hard edges or that can have a hard edge. It could be like one hard, one soft. So long as you get to pick a hard edge, I think that's important. And yeah, that's really it. I personally do like texture on my brushes. I like having the option to have very textured shapes because I do use that quite a bit, especially for things like, clouds and atmospheric effects. I think they're quite nice. And it's also quite nice to like start, seeing shapes in the clouds and kind of, coming up with things that are interesting. But yeah, that's really the main requirement for me. It also makes mixing colors quite nice because then you can get that variety. So for example, if you have like an orange, or let's say you have like a red and a purple, you can get some of these like interesting colors in the middle that are like somewhere between red and purple, right? Because they've mixed in this more interesting way. And so you end up with this variety of color, which I think is quite nice. So that's another reason I do like texture brushes. But I again, I wouldn't actually worry. I wouldn't choose a brush based on the texture, right? I would choose it based on the like, can you make a an opaque covering, and can you make hard edges, or can you make soft edges, right? Soft edges are nice too. Um, you don't need them for every brush, but like you probably want at least one brush with a soft edge. Are tips and shape not as important? I don't think so. I think that's probably more important if you're doing a lot of line work. If you're going to be making shapes, being able to control the shapes is more important, right? Some brushes, and actually this is one of the reasons I will say there are, I think, again, I wouldn't worry too much about it, and I realize the longer I spend on it, the more it makes it seem like it's important. But this one of the reasons I actually moved away from this brush is because of this, right? It's because it's on its side like this, it's hard to make points that are like triangular, right? And it sometimes it can make points down here, but here it's a little bit hard because the brush is just so fat that it's making this rounded top, which again is, if you're doing a lot of things like this, it's not a huge deal. You can always carve out shapes like that. It just takes a few extra brush strokes, right? This is why I think the tip isn't super important, right? If I wanted to make a point, if I do it in one stroke, it's going to look like that, right? I can't avoid this shape. But if I want to use additional strokes, I can always come in here and carve out like that. So I can make those hard points, and that's just the way that I paint, so it's not a big deal. But if you're looking for like super economic, brush economy, perfect strokes, the bare minimum for everything that you paint, yeah, sure, brush tip might matter, but I don't think it matters too much, for at least not what I'm doing. There's ways around it. If it looks funny in this, then just make another stroke, right? So that's why I paint with the outside, right? I'll grab like a blue and I'll paint in that blue on the outside to help carve out that shape. So that's kind of how I approach it. I don't care, but I think it's nice to have a nice brush tip and a brush that works well for you. I don't think there's a right or wrong way. But I think focusing more on that, I also think there's some blending stuff that's probably more important as well. Like being able to have a pressure sensitivity to where if you want to make something opaque, you could feel like you can without having to like press really hard and kill your wrist. Some brushes, like a soft round brushes or something. Let's see if I have one. I'm sure I have a hard round brush somewhere. I don't know. Some brushes though have like a weird mixing thing where you can't seem to like make it opaque, and no matter how hard you press, it'll always have like a bit of thing showing through. That's not ideal for me either. I like to be able to just quickly make an opaque stroke. But that's just my taste. That's the way that I work. Different people are going to have different ways of doing things. K-Reg says, and can lead to other quests. Maybe the person you're supposed to deliver the thing to is missing. Yeah, there's definitely story stuff there, right? Where you can have quest chains that kind of take you back to a nice area and then restart that whole progression again of like going back through the difficult stuff. Because yeah, like you said, maybe that person is missing, and so then you have to go on this adventure into the deeper, darker dungeons to rescue them or something, you know. But yeah, no, I will say I am a fan of those kinds of quests. Not because I love them inherently. I actually can find them quite tedious sometimes, but more because I think they make the game interesting. I don't know. When it comes to things like games, like that, and even non-games, just even in real life, I am firmly on the side of like, I think we are really bad judges of what we like, and I know this is a hot take, but I think we say we don't like things and then consume the things we say we don't like, right? Or we say we want something, and I mean sometimes it's better for good, or sometimes it's for worse, right? Like with food and stuff, like people will eat junk food and garbage and that they know that is bad for them, and they tell themselves they don't want to eat it but they still do just because it's available, right? That's a bad case, right? I think that's not good. But there are things like when it comes to entertainment where there's this line, there's this blurred line between like fun and addicting, where like I think there are things that people do genuinely enjoy that they will tell themselves they don't. And I think I do it. Like I think like a little bit of gambling, for example, right? A little bit of randomness. I think people genuinely find it fun, right? I think if you make it too addicting, then it can just become a negative thing. But like I think adding a little bit in a video game is a good thing, right? It makes you feel like when the stars align and you get, you know, supremely lucky, it feels like you hit the jackpot, and that's a great feeling, right? And even if it, so I think there's this sort of like, but a lot of people are like, well, gambling's bad, I don't want gambling in my game, right? Well, maybe not the whole thing, but like a little bit. I don't know. I think there are times where, or same with the delivery quests, right? People are like, I don't just want to run and do errands. I I think people do a little bit. Like I think it's one of those things where people will get more out of a game. And isn't that the whole concept of like friction in video games? Like you do want a little bit of friction. You know, people are like, "Well, I just want a game to be easy and easygoing and relaxing." Well, yeah, but if there's never any friction, and if it's too easy, it's not relaxing either. It's just boring, right? Like you got to have something, because otherwise why not just not play a video game and relax in silence? Like I don't know, it's tricky. I think it's a weird balancing act, but I don't know. I think it's easy to for I think for people to fool ourselves a little bit. I don't know. That's why I never claim to like know my own interests perfectly. Like I don't know what I like. If you ask me what's my like what movies do I like, I don't know. Like I could be surprised. I could, you know, I generally say I don't like war movies, but there are war movies I probably do like and will could like. Like I don't really know what I like until I've experienced it. I won't count it out, because too many times I have changed my opinion. Like, oh, I don't like this character, and then literally it's just a matter of getting to know them, and you're like, oh, I like this character now, right? Or oh, I don't like this game, and then you get past the learning curve, and oh my gosh, this is my favorite game. Even with painting, right? It's like I didn't even love painting at the start. I liked learning about it, but until I got over some sort of hump of like now I can kind of paint what I want to paint, it didn't really become fun. And I my love for it grew over time. So yeah, I think the whole like knowing what you like and all that, like it really, I don't know. I think art has taught me a lot about like I don't know what I like. Or I guess I know what I like when I like it, but it doesn't mean that that is the only thing I like, or that I won't like other things. And I see it, and it's funny because this is something that it's always, this is just like maybe a pet peeve of mine, but so often I see or hear people basically make statements like, oh, this isn't the type of thing for me. And it's like, that's fair. You don't have to waste your time with every, you know, horror movie to find the one that you might like. I think it's fine to say I don't generally enjoy horror movies, but I see so often that people will say that, and then they will eventually like them, and yet they hold on to that belief that like I am not the type of person who likes X, even though very clearly there are exceptions. And like it feels very much like personality quiz nonsense a little bit, where you box yourself into a corner and then insist that, you know, I'm not good at talking to people, and so I'd rather stay inside. And then so you never allow yourself to get better or comfortable talking to people, and so you just never develop the skill. And it's like, well, of course you're never gonna enjoy it. And it's not to say that you can't be a person who, like, I'm very introverted. Talking to people is exhausting, but there's still an element of like, is it fun because you're bad at it, or is it not? Like, I don't know. It doesn't have to be like this black and white thing, right? And you can get better at things. You can learn. Things can become more interesting once you do them more, or whatever. I don't know. I'm kind of rambling, but hopefully I made my point. It's just a little bit of a pet peeve of mine when people completely discount things because sort of like, I know myself so well. Okay. That might be a controversial take. Because I know there's a lot of people who make those claims. Because like that whole saying, like, nobody knows you like yourself, right? Like, you know best. I'm like, I don't know. I don't think I always know best. I only know what I know, and which honestly isn't very much. Okay. Yeah, I'm trying to add some little puddles down here. Or something. Maybe some dark puddles. Puddles are oftentimes very dark, because they reflect so much stuff. They're so shiny that they can be very dark or very light. The whole spectrum. And then maybe in here we can get some brownish grays. Like some wheat or something, some field stuff. You could also probably put some lines across here. We might be getting into the territory of like scale issues. Because like some of these trees should maybe still be tall. Something like that. We could probably put some lighting over here too. And maybe some little details. Again, don't want to go too detailed. But I do want to imply some detail, especially right around this area. I want this focal point area to have some intricacies, especially on the mountain. I want it to feel like there's lots of little nooks and crannies. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. But yeah, I want there to be lots of little nooks and crannies and feel like these mountains are very vast. So if that means having lots of little textures and things to show that, so be it. Or I should say, so be it. It's actually desirable, I think. And lots of little like layers here, right? So like maybe there's a layer that sticks up, and so this layer has a little bit of ice on it, and it comes down, and then maybe we have another one. And so there's just lots of little shapes that stick up, and little ridges. That way it just feels a little bigger. So one of the issues I have when I paint mountains a lot, and this has been a tale as old as time for me, I keep doing it, but every time I paint mountains, I always end up making the shapes so simple, so it just feels like there's just like three peaks, when in reality you have, contours and you have lots of little shapes. You might have a hill here and it goes back, and there's just lots of little shapes that lead into other shapes, and it's never as simple as like, just here's one peak. Even that peak will have little, like, offshoots and other ridges and stuff. These clouds can have a bit more nuance as well. With some light and dark. There. Maybe a little poofy cloud up here as well. What about these things? Some of the plants up here. Or not plants, but some of the shapes, some of the light stuff. Trying to figure out how I want to approach that. We can put a character in here. A little character walking down. Couple characters. I always like putting characters in 2s or 3s. I know a lot of people are like odd numbers. Odd numbers are, you know, the gold standard kind of, you know? Like always put odd numbers of characters. And I kind of get it. Like odd numbers do make things look interesting and organic, and especially if you're doing like natural things, you know, if you're going to put birds in the sky, put them in odds typically. And, you know, triangles, odd shapes, you know, zigzaggy things. But if you're doing like characters walking, I like the sort of the narrative of like, you know, 2 characters walking together. I just think there's something that makes it like it adds a certain mood to it where it's like these 2 people are going on an adventure together. They're friends, they're companions, right? I find it's one of those things that like I feel like it's sort of an exception to the rule, right? The rule is you put things in odd numbers, you put things in 2s and you know, sorry, in 3s and 5s or whatever. But I don't know. I think with adventurers, it feels right to have like 2 characters. I don't know. Maybe I'm weird. I don't know if that's I don't know if it's like a rule, but for me it's just always felt nice because there's like a narrative thing behind it. Thank you for the follow. Wait, I heard of the noise, but I didn't see the chat thing. Deserves 4 head kisses 69 says this looks 6 Joe. Thank you. I've been following for a bit, but I never did think about checking out his art station. The character illustrations are sick. Wait, who? Oh, I'm Sunny, by the way. Oh, hey, Sunny. Long time no see. Wait, Ted Grant. Who's art station? Mine. Oh, I haven't done... Oh, gosh, I haven't updated my art station in ages. Wait, I have characters on art station? I didn't even know that. When have I done characters? Are you sure you've got the right person? No, I'm sure I probably have. I have done characters, but it's been a long time. It's been a very long time since I've done characters. Pull it up. Yep, they're good. I'm not even signed in. Hold on, let me try and... Yeah, let's go to ArtStation. Let me sign into ArtStation. Unless I have to... Oh, I am signed in. I was gonna say, unless I have to do, like, 2-factor. Yeah, let's go find my own ArtStation. Let's see what's on it. I don't even know. Oh, there's me. Oh, that's a weird layout. Oh, hold on. ArtStation. So... Oh, these. Yeah. I like... Yes, these I did a long time ago. But yeah. I don't do a lot of character. This was fan art, and this was a character that I did. And this is kind of a character. This is more environment, right, than character. This was long ago. 5 years ago. This was even longer than that. This was 8 years ago. This was like a mix between... So, like, the idea of, like, this big, giant, glowy orb thing, that was more or less my own idea. But some of the colors and the the mood of this and the way that I approached it. This was very much I was very much at the time learning from Yu Cheng Hong, who is, I believe, a Chinese artist, or maybe Chinese. I don't know, but I did a lot of studies then of him, and I used myself as a reference. So I took like a photo of me, kind of. Obviously, I don't look like this, but you know what I mean. I used for like the pose and stuff, and then the colors, so the theme and the design was my own, but the colors and like thinking about like dappled light and how to paint certain things, that I learned a lot from Yu Cheng Hong. So there was heavy, not even reference, but I mean it was heavy reference, but yeah, that was an interesting painting for me. And then this was fan art, so that's you know Path of Exile 1 fan art. And then I have some characters and scenes, but they're not like, this isn't like a character render or anything. It's just like a, the backside of a character, basically. Same here. But yeah, no, it's been a while since I've updated. It's been a year, pretty much. So yeah, dang, I haven't looked at my art station in a long time. 8 years ago, you need to step up your game. Did I also blob this in? Oh, with characters? Yeah, I think mostly. I think for the character I did blob it. In fact, I think you can probably. Yeah, so I did blob the character. In fact, you can almost see it because of the way that it's very silhouetted, right? Sorry, let me go back to it. Right, you can even see like the leg has a clear silhouette. This leg, there's a little bit of light on the left side, right? Everything is silhouetted. The arm is very clearly it's dark against light. The shape of the head is silhouetted. It very much started as a silhouette. Although because I was painting from a reference of me, I took a photo of myself holding like, I don't know if it was a beach ball or what it was, or like one of those bouncy yoga ball things. But I took a reference of myself, and there was lighting on me, and so I just used the lighting of that was on me, which is why you get like these weird shapes here that doesn't look good, because that was just what was there at the time. So I used the lighting that was on me. So some of it was like I didn't start just like explorative blobs, but I did start as a blob. Yeah, and that's why everything is very profile view, very silhouetted against the a background, right? It's, I think if you ever see me paint an image that is not in profile, right, where you're like top down, or I'm trying to think, like stuff like this, right, is much harder to blob in because like at the time with environments, it's hard to, right? I used a lot of lines here for the tables and stuff because the tables don't have table silhouettes. I mean, they do, but it's not really. They're kind of blending into the wall, and so I probably blobbed like the picture frame. I probably blobbed the background for the cat. I probably blobbed the chandelier and the stained glass windows here. But the tables, the cats, well, the cats I blobbed, right? They're light cats against dark. But a lot of the stuff, like the things on the floor, it's hard to blob that stuff, right? You kind of have to start with some sort of lines and shapes. And but yeah, a lot of the things, right? Again, like this, right? It's a big triangular pyramid shape against a bright background. Easy pickings for blobbing. A lot of blobbing there. Trying to hide the fact that were you bare chest in the picture? I don't know. I don't remember. I don't actually remember what was in the reference photo. Could be. Yeah, I'm not sure where that question's coming from, but I don't know. I'll just say yes. I don't know. Probably. A lot of it depends on what I knew I was going to take a photo of, or if I knew. Sorry, I'm asking the questions that need to be asked. So I think for references for characters, like you would be a fool not to use yourself as a reference for like hands or whatever, unless you can't, like, you know, different body types and stuff. Like, but if you're painting a character that you can even remotely use a reference, like use yourself. Like you can get the perfect, you could do your sketch. So for example, and I know I'm not the best person to speak on character art stuff because I don't do a lot of characters, but if you're, let's say you're designing, you want to do the way, you know, you want to paint like I paint but for characters, right? So you want to come up with your own ideas or whatever and you want to sketch them out. Maybe you start with thumbnails like in this, right? The way that I start with a thumbnail and then I'll paint. If you have an idea for a character, let's say you're going to make an illustration and you're like, okay, here's my character. I want my character to be you know, standing on top of something, so I'm going to blob it out, right? So here's a pedestal, and I want my character to be, you know, like Batman pose, sort of up here, leaning over, maybe their hand on their knee or something. I don't know. But like, you know, they're on top of a pedestal. Like, take that photo. Stand on something, on a table, and put your camera at the bottom of the table, right? So, you know, table's here, put your camera down here so that you're on the edge of the edge of the table is over here and you're, you know, standing on the table. Get in the pose, do the thing. And then, like, you can still sketch out compositionally what you want, right? And then try to set up the camera in such a way that it kind of fits the way that you want to draw the character, right? So like you can still plan out your painting, like, okay, well here's me, you know, I'm gonna be doing, you know, I'm gonna draw my character here. I don't know how to draw faces, but anyway, here's a character, and like yeah, do the thing, right? Maybe you're holding something, maybe it's like a, I don't know, your stylus, and like sketch out the painting you want to sketch, and in the way you want to sketch it, maybe you put things in the background, maybe you know you want to be backlit, and so you do your composition and then go take a photo of it. Instead of trying to find the perfect reference right from the start, like plan out your painting. You can sketch from imagination, you can figure out, like, again, you don't have to be great at characters, just enough to get some sort of blobby gesture or an idea down. And you're like, okay, great. Here's going to be my painting. Maybe there's, you know, you're standing on top of a building or something. Obviously, you're not going to go on a building, but, like, just get the perspective right. Anyway, that's my advice for character painting, is use yourself as a reference. If that means getting in silly, awkward poses, do it. Just don't share them with people unless you want to. Or you can do the... There was this whole trend. So this is less about paint. Sorry, I'm going to go on a tangent here. This is less about painting. There was a... So sometimes people will share references of them, like, posing for their photos. So they'll show, like, the reference and then the after. And there is an artist who does the opposite of this. He has shown his actual... what's his name? So this particular artist that I'm going to share, he does have images of his references. He doesn't have them always. Here, let me show you. So his name's Ryan Pancoast. I love him. He is so great. He does have some images of his... Here, let me scroll down. He hasn't posted some of this stuff in a while. Okay, so I think it's like these. So whenever he does art, he will then show himself just like being silly with like... I don't think it's his actual reference, but this is like his response to the trend of like showing his references. And he does have a lot of... he does have like he does get into silly poses for his references, but these are just him acting out like what is like after the fact. I just love it. I love these things where he's like puts on a little costume of like here's him with rabbit ears. It's obviously not him being serious, but like, you know, because this character has like an instrument, and so here he is with a little instrument. Oh, I should show it. Sorry. Oh crap. Maybe you should show it? Yeah. I didn't realize my screen. Thank you. Thank you. I didn't even realize. So yeah, okay, let me go back. So here's Ryan Pancoast. Uh he puts on little like outfits to show like represent what's in the, you know, here's a frog character. Here's his frog character. Uh he has this character. Here's him holding like a, I don't know, like a, I don't know what this is, like a little rake or something. Uh, and he'll put on like his bunny ears, and like in every single one of them, I assume like here he is like being a raccoon. It's just this isn't actually a reference, but it's just him being silly in response to sort of this kind of thing, and I love it. I love it so much. You know. Oh no, that one doesn't have one. Um, I assume this one will have one. There he is, cowboy outfit. Just like not Joe being such a hermit doesn't know for certain what a rake looks like. Well, it was very tiny. I don't know why you would have a rake that tiny. But yeah. Um like there we go, like this one. It's amazing. Like here he anyway. For kids, child labor. Yeah, it's a rake for children to do yard work. Anyway, he has a ton of those. And you know, more pictures of him posing with stuff. Anyway, I love the way, I mean, he's obviously extremely good, and by the way, these are all traditional, so he paints everything traditionally. He is just like extremely good, extremely, I feel like, underrated. Like, how does he not have more followers? Yeah, no, he's extremely good. Um, yeah. This is extremely skilled. But anyway, I don't know how he doesn't have more followers because his Instagram is a gold mine of just awesome photos and art and skill. Anyway, which I do know why he probably doesn't have more followers, because Instagram isn't a the numbers don't represent skill. So that's probably why. But yeah. Anyway, yeah, I think he's one of my favorite illustrators. He's just he you can tell that he cares a lot about his art. He does what you know, he's very good at it. He cares a lot about it, but he also has like that funness to it. You know, it's that childlike humor, just him being silly. You can tell he loves, or maybe you can't tell he loves it, but it seems like he loves it, right? Just from the photos, like it seems like he's clearly having fun. Obviously, it could just be completely fake. He could be miserable all the time for all I know, and he's just pretending for social media. But I don't know. Do you have any plans on doing characters or monsters for a stream? No, I don't plan streams. I don't really have any plans to do characters on streams. I have done characters on streams, and I probably will eventually. But probably more, if I do characters on streams, it will probably be more about like, you know, character like that I showed earlier, where it's like characters and environments, or even more like what Ryan Pancoast has done, where it's more like full illustrations. That way, it's, you know, the character might take up 25% of the image, but not necessarily 100%. You know, maybe the character's the focal point. So like, you know, maybe this big of a character instead of this big. So that could be a possibility. I want to talk to people so much, I feel like drawing animals is side quest for much later. What do you mean by that? Wait, you want to draw people so much. You feel like, oh, you feel like drawing animals as a side quest. Yeah, I mean, draw what you want to draw, right? That's important. Paint the things you want to paint. Don't I would hope that nobody is like, I want to do this, but I've got to do this other thing first. Because that's the way I'm supposed to do it. Like, no, you can, if you want to draw people, draw people. I mean, although it's funny because now that I'm saying this, I actually think that drawing people is hard, and I think starting as simple as you can. Like, I still think it's fine to start out with drawing characters, but starting simple and drawing directly from reference, or doing poses that are of you, where you get to plan the photo, doing portraits where you're focusing on maybe certain parts of anatomy at a time. I think that's probably useful because characters are tough. They're super complicated, lots of moving parts, complex perspective. I just find they're way more complicated than environments. Environments have their own set of challenges, though, right? This has, some potentially, you have to show scale and depth in ways that most characters don't. There's some compositional stuff that's probably, like multi elements. There are multiple elements in one image. Joe, I want to show my recent jewelry, but you keep ghosting over my message. Uh-oh. You said, not Joe being such a hermit, he doesn't know what something looks like. Maybe you should show Salmon in Rock's stream mode. Oh, why, thank you. Oh, I see. Here's a solitaire ring you finished recently. Let's take a look. Oh, this is beautiful. What a nice ring. Sorry, deserves 4 head kisses. I didn't even realize. Oh, that is gorgeous. I don't know anything about jewelry, but that looks very well crafted. It's a cubic zirconia, so it's just a $2 stone. I mean, so maybe I will say, speaking of me. Oh, here I can. Well, we can post the link again. I'll drop the link again. It's the link that they posted. You can see it right there. So I have a hot take with jewelry and rings and gemstones. I don't give a crap if they're expensive or not. That is so, to me, especially like diamond type stuff and shiny. Who gives, like, dude, we can make diamonds that are more perfect than regular diamonds, like than natural diamonds. Like, the fact that diamonds are expensive is ridiculous. It's such a, I feel like it's a scam. And I understand if, people, it can mean a lot to them, especially when it's for something symbolic, and that's fine. But yeah, the people, I don't know. I feel like the whole, like, I don't know. And also, like, I don't really, not, it's, to me, the like, when I look at that ring, the beauty isn't even in the stone. It's in the craftsmanship of the ring, right? Um, I like I mean, sure, the gemstone is nice, but like, typically they're a little smaller because they have to fit on your finger. And like, if you're purely after just like nice rocks, like, go to like a geology subreddit or something. Like, there's plenty of amazing gemstones out there, and polished, people who do rock polishing. I don't like, I just love the craftsmanship, right? Have you seen the guy on Instagram who makes mouse armor? I think I have. Yeah, I mean, I don't even care. Like, to me, it's, I don't know. Maybe I'm just not like a big gemstone person. I think as long as, if it looks nice, I'm all for it, you know? If I like it, I like it. If I don't, I don't. I don't really care too much. Like, why pay extra for something that, you know, just has questionable ethics behind it? I don't know. But yeah, the jewelry is awesome. I do like that stuff. Like custom jewelry is always really neat. I don't wear bling, but I like it. I don't wear accessories unless you consider glasses. But glasses to me are a necessity, not an accessory. I guess they're kind of both, but I mean, I guess it's a choice in that I could be wearing contact lenses. So I guess there's maybe a choice there. I don't like the shape of these characters. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just make fiddle around with these shapes for a bit, and then I will probably call it a day. Getting down to the wire. No, that's not the saying. Down to the end? Maybe that is the saying. Down to the wire. Some weirdly long legs or something. I don't know. Ooh, maybe there's like a tower here. That'd be kind of fun. Maybe we'll do like a tower. An old witch's tower. To help push the scale. Something like that, maybe. A tower. And then, of course, we got lighting, so let's go in here with the lighting. We're going to go like an orangey yellow. Of course, this can actually paint around the form here. Sorry, I'm not reading chat for a second. I'm getting lost in this. Okay. Thank you. You made those for your parents and your cousins who helped me a lot in your adult life. Oh, that's nice. That's super cool. That's awesome. From the idea of the final product, thanks for sharing. It's so good. Yeah, it is really good. You find metalwork very cool and interesting. Yeah, it is very interesting. I know. There's a streamer named Kiratissa who occasionally will rate us. She's really awesome. She does a lot of like goldsmithing, metalworking stuff, and I find her stuff very inspiring as well. I know Sunny's familiar with her stream. But yeah, there's some really, really inspiring people on Twitch. And just in general, really. She helped you a lot too. Oh, that's cool. With your goldsmithing journey. Yeah. There's something very inspiring about like I don't know what I mean, I hope this isn't, pardon my ignorance here, but I'm just gonna call it like makers. I don't know if that's the right term for it, but basically people who do things like that, right? There's a lot more like hands-on makering things, right? It's not just people who are making different things and different projects have lots of different tools and and artisanal crafting. Yeah, that kind of thing. It is just it is very inspiring, and there's so many um I'm a little jealous. Part of me feels like I could see a scenario in the real world where, if my life were a little different, I could totally get into it. But I feel like there is a monetary cost, there's a space requirement. You need a good, having like a little workshop or a workspace, being able to afford new tools every once in a while and slowly build up your collection would be nice because you probably, even materials, well, materials probably aren't too bad. I don't know. But like there's sort of a like I feel like that would be very hard for me to get into. Same thing with like yeah, carpentry or any sort of crafting or even something like pottery where you would, eventually want to be able to like get a kiln and fire your own stuff and you would need the wheel and places to store it and places to do it. I just don't have the space. I don't have the like it's hard. I don't have like a shop, right? I don't have a workshop. I don't have any of that. And I know a lot of people will, can be resourceful and find ways to make space for all that. But I feel like there's such a limitation. But and I don't know if I would love that stuff. I don't think it's quite suited for me, maybe, but I am a little bit jealous, right? There is a little bit of jealousy and and also just awe-inspiring. Um, but yeah. Okay, Ted Grant says, so I keep hearing about people saying there's a mental shift that happens when you start seeing shapes in 3D or looking at the canvas as a window to another dimension. Is this mental shift really a thing, or is it more of knowing everything you're doing in 2D? Just like a magician who's on a trick, just making the illusion look good? Probably a little bit of both. I mean, like, yeah, I mean, I think there's a mental shift in that, like, okay, so for example, if I want to draw, and I'm going on the assumption that this image, the illusion is working a little bit. So I'm gonna try something. First, let me save because I haven't saved all stream probably. Okay, so if I'm gonna draw a line from the four, if I'm gonna contour this line, right? So let's say I'm gonna draw a path down this hill, right? I at no point in let's say I'm going to color the path. I at no point, and sorry, I'm trying to paint and do this, thought to myself that I need to make these lines go look like this, right? I didn't think of them as a two-dimensional shape, right? I thought of them as parallel, right? Because there is an understanding that when I'm drawing lines on this plane, that they will go towards each other. There's a like I don't have I am at the point, especially once you get the illusion to read, where like if I want to make blocks in perspective, I'm not really thinking, oh, gotta make sure my lines are triangular, right? Like these aren't triangular. Like I think of this as a square, right? So yeah, there is a little bit of like it is a mental shift, right? I'm not I think of this shape as a rectangle, right? Now, if I were to put a black and white canvas behind it, this is not a rectangle to anyone other than me, right? But in the context of the image, you do kind of get into the image, and that's just why it can feel like pushing and pulling, right? This line, to me, is not just a. Sorry, I need to just turn here. So do this. So this white line here, dang it, I'm on the wrong page. Okay. This white line, when I draw it, if I'm drawing it vertically, if I'm just making a vertical line, like I would be right here, right? That's a vertical line. There's a difference in I think both in how I draw it and how it feels. So this one is going into the distance. So in my brain, I'm starting here and I'm pushing into this. It feels like a push, right? It's like I'm pushing it into the distance. And then right, this I'm pushing the distance. This I'm just drawing a straight up and down line. There is a subtle difference in that this one I'm typically starting in the foreground and I'm pushing it. Sometimes I could pull it too, right? Or I might even, I could pull a line. But this one is a little bit like they might look the same, but it feels different because my brain is thinking about it like I've already established the space. So now, but they're all just vertical lines, right? They're literally just verticals. But I'm not thinking of them in 2 dimensions. I'm not thinking, oh, this is a vertical line, now I draw it up and down, right? Once the illusion is working, your brain is just like, these lines are going towards each other. And I see it, once the illusion clicks, I understand that if I'm going to draw something back here, it's going to be larger. And yeah, you do get into the point where it's not just, oh, I'm just drawing 3 circles. And I think it does, it takes a while. And there's obviously a lot of practice and understanding that can get you there. It's like rewiring your brain to see. Yeah, I mean, I think anytime there's a good analogy. I listened to there's a podcast I really enjoy called Darknet Diaries. They tell their tagline is like tales from the dark side of the internet, but basically it's like hacking and cybersecurity type stories, and it's kind of true crimey, but a lot of like interviews with professional cybersecurity experts and people who do like penetration testing, and they try to break into places for like security reasons, and then to like test the security to see if they can social engineer their way through or hack into the systems or whatever. So they do a lot of that stuff. So there's just a lot of it's a lot of like security type things. But anyway, there's a lot of the people on the show, and they talk about this kind of rewiring of your brain in a way where, like, if you're studying the security of like a building and all the vulnerabilities, and you're constantly training yourself to look for them and think about them and solve the problems of how can I break into this place, or how can I what kinds of practices are good, and how can a bad practice be taken advantage of, and like, how can you basically trying to think like a criminal, right? How can I break into this place? What are they doing that allows me to slip by their security, basically? When you train yourself day in and day out or for a career to think like that, you can't just turn it off. Like, at some point you'll be walking down the street and you'll realize, oh, this person, that the way they conduct their business is extremely unsecured, right? Because you are thinking about it. You've built those pathways in your brain, and you've walked those roads over and over, and you've carved those grooves into your those metaphorical grooves into your brain, and those paths become just very easy to walk. And I think that's the same thing with art, right? When you're thinking about stuff in a certain way, it's not like you're always thinking that way, but it's very easy to just go down that path and start thinking about it. And I think that's true for anything, right? It doesn't matter what you're doing. It's the same reason why, like, when I play video games, I tend to think about mechanics in a way that a lot of people don't. Because that's typically the things that I find interesting in video games. I hear about a mechanic and I immediately start thinking, oh, in what scenarios can I apply it to, right? like, I think Baldur's Gate is a good example. I don't play Baldur's Gate 3, but there's a lot of examples where, like, you learn of one thing, like, oh, you can set certain things on fire, and if it's like it will, if there's like a cobweb and there's something on it and you burn it, the thing will fall, right? And then you just immediately start thinking, oh, what else can I make fall? Maybe a chandelier, maybe I can, drop enemies to their death, and you just start thinking of, like, how can I use this mechanic to do other things? And, like, there's a point where some people, if you've never played a certain genre of games, that stuff is hard to think about because you're not thinking about this, like, as a tool. It's just like, oh, you can do this. I'm thinking of it as a tool, right? It's a mechanic I can use to my advantage. And I think painting is very much the same. You start learning about, perspective as a tool, or it's describing form. What advice or exercise would you spend to speed up the process in making? I mean, I think it's under. So I don't know about speeding up the process, but I think for me, sorry if this is a little bit repeating myself. I think it's like technically a 4-step process, but I don't remember all the steps. I know some people call it like the OODA loop. There's other terms. There's some like cycle of learning, but basically you learn the thing, so you educate yourself. Educate. So this is like, learn about perspective, watch a video on it, learn what it is, how to apply it, how it works, right? Why it works, all that. And then you apply it. And then you analyze it. Analyze your work, and then you go and observe other people's work. Observe, and you see how they do it, and then you go back and you learn more about it, and then you apply it again, and you just go through this loop. And it's just basically you're treading that path mentally over and over again. So there's a lot of and applying it is a big part, right? This is probably a disproportionately large part of it, but I think you have to do all of it. You have to practice seeing it in other people's work. You have to practice seeing it in your own work, right? You have to practice, which is what analyzing is looking backwards, right? Observing is looking forwards, kind of. And then educating is just like learning about the thing. And it's kind of this process. It really is just a matter of, it's a lot of observing. Did I spell observe wrong? Observe, maybe. But it's a lot of practicing, but it's not mindless, right? I know the term is deliberate practice, but this is why there's a phrase I use a lot that I think is training this part of the brain in some ways. It's, describing the form. When I use the phrase describe the form, I am talking about like drawing the contours, right? It's practicing. I know what the shape is, but if you're just starting out, you might not start thinking of it like how do you train yourself to start seeing this shape as a circle, right? As rounded. And that's where training yourself to describe the form with lines, right? What I'm doing here, what I was just doing a second ago, I am describing this form. I'm describing the ground plane, which is a hill going downward, and I'm describing it with a line, right? This is a skill that can become second nature, right? You want to describe once you know where your eye line is, I don't even quite know where it is, but I assume it's like here. Let's say it's here, right? These trees, I'm describing the forms, right? They get more convex or concave down here and less so up here. And again, this is just describing the forms. I don't have to think too hard about it. I mean, again, I'm not great at it. I can do a lot better. I could practice a lot more. But it's just a matter of practicing, but it's practicing with understanding a little bit of the theory, right? It's not just aimless practice. I think there's this idea that people like go practice perspective, and someone who doesn't know anything about perspective will go and draw what they think a box should look like in perspective, but they don't understand why they're drawing what they're drawing. Like, go back to the, find your vanishing points, make your lines, figure out, make all your lines connect, and then do other things. Then draw contours around that box. Then draw lines that also connect to that vanishing point. Divide it up. Then make smaller boxes that are in the same perspective, that are like slices or whatever. Just draw different shapes. Draw lots of different boxes. All in a row. Sorry if my line work is god awful. Lots of boxes that all are overlapping like this, right? And so this is like the shadow area between them, right? Draw stuff like this, because this kind of thing trains you to start thinking about, when I go to draw a box, this line, which is at like a 45-degree angle, not even a 45-degree angle, this line, to me, is a straight line going into the distance, right? To someone who is maybe, purely thinking in a 2D way, this just feels alien to them because they're thinking of it right? They're thinking of this as a weird angled line, right? They see these lines, and in their brain, right? Or here, let's even do this. I'm going to draw some other lines here, right? They're seeing these lines as just arbitrary shapes. They're seeing it like this. They're like, how the heck is this line, this line is how is this line going into the distance, and this line is a vertical line, right? To them, these lines look the same. But when you're actually drawing the thing, here, let me redraw them in black. Well, okay, hold on. That's a bad example. You could draw a box over here, right? Here's a box in perspective. I'll draw another box over here, just a little bit different, right? So here's two boxes, but this line, right, in both cases, this line right here is in black. Or, sorry, that is a straight line, right? And I realize I intentionally drew this line so it's horizontal, but like some people, this is a hard thing to wrap your head around. How is this line representing the top plane, and this line is representing the side plane, and yet they're the same line, right? That is a hard... Right? I'm not thinking about it like this. I think some people do think about the lines like, oh, these are both vertical lines. So how is one vertical line vertical in this case, but not vertical in that case? Right? And this is where trying to, sometimes you have to set up your illusion first, right? You need to get your grid going, or you draw your thing. Yeah, draw a box, kill... Yeah, draw a box or what, right? Yeah, draw a box should do it. I don't know enough about draw a box to know the exact curriculum, but yeah, it's something like that. Trying to, contour objects, contour the cylinders that you draw, or if you have like a ground plane, quickly sketching in your vanishing points, right? And making your lines go along the plane in a way that makes them look like they're converging. That is, that when I'm drawing something like this, I'm doing that in every, if I'm drawing lines down here, I'm drawing those contours, right? If I'm drawing lines that go this way, I'm drawing on the forms, right? These are three-dimensional forms. Every line I make, these lines are along the contours. They're not inherently, or here's lines on the contours, right? These lines are, again, they're not just straight. They're going in towards perspective. So once the illusion hits, right? To some outside viewer, it's like, oh, well, you're just drawing lines, and, you know, these lines are parallel. Well, they're not parallel, right? These lines are converging. They look like they're parallel, maybe, if I did it right, because the illusion's landing. But yeah, once you're this is why I talk a lot about like getting the sense of getting some like foreground, midground, background. Sometimes, you know, if you just draw one character, is this character, you know, if you want to draw a character from above, does this look like a character from above? Well, no, it looks like a character standing or something, right? Like, doesn't really look like a character from above. But you get the right perspective in there, and suddenly you can start selling the illusion a little bit of like, oh, this is a character from above. Here's their head. You know, you put some little tiny legs in there. You get some perspective going down, and pretty soon it's easier to just start blobbing in more characters, and you know, like sometimes you have to do some construction line stuff to get the illusion to work. But once it's there, I think it's very reasonable that you can get to a point where you can just start drawing in perspective. And yeah, there is a mental shift. Awkward perspective where two lines go over each other. Find your center line in perspective. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of little things that you learn that I think pattern, like, you know, yeah, like finding, you know, the center of a cube, if this is a cube, right, and you wanted to find the center, it's not just a matter of like measure halfway through this line, right? Because that's, you know, like there are little tricks like this where you measure and that's your line. But if you were to measure these two parts, right, this green part is only a fraction of the length of this blue part, right? And so you can't just make a line and put it in the halfway point. That's not how it works. But so once you learn that, like, oh, in perspective at this angle, this is going to be, you know, 2/3 of the way down, or roughly, there is a point where you start like, oh, you want to divide this in half. You start to just get a decent feel for like, this is the halfway part. Now, clearly, this is not halfway, right? If I were to say divide this line into half, no one would put it there. But in perspective, you put it there, right? And you do it sort of intuitively because you've done it so many times. And you learn that if this line's in perspective, this can be the halfway mark. And so yeah, I do think it's a mental shift. It's by walking down that road a lot, and you start to learn. And you know, but at first you have to go slow. You go slow. You practice. You know, you practice your figuring out how to find where the halfway point is, and that's, you know, in these things it's by drawing that X, and then you connect the midpoint. I don't know what else I'm rambling about, but yeah, I do think eventually you get to the point where you're not really thinking in 2D, or you're more thinking in 3D. I think one of the tricky things, though, is a lot of artists, when we talk about it, we talk about thinking in shapes, and it's really, I think, more about forms. But there isn't a time where you step back into shapes and think graphically. And so there's sort of a, hopefully, at least for me, the goal is to be able to kind of go down both roads, right? I can think about form in one time when I'm doing certain things, and then I start thinking very graphically in 2 dimensions and thinking about, you know, 2D shapes, and then I go back to 3D forms, back to 2D shapes. And there is sort of like, I want to be able to pick and choose what I'm thinking about and when and why. I want to have control over it, but it can get a little tricky, right? This is why certain scenes are like interiors can be really hard for me to get into, right? Once I'm in it, it's easy. I can just start rendering or whatever. But in the early stages, there's a lot of construction and trying to get myself to see the illusion, because if until that illusion clicks, it's hard to just like draw something without thinking about it. Some described it as opening the third eye, and I thought I have to ask Joe if this is something exaggerated BS. I mean, I wouldn't call it that. That makes it sound ridiculous. No, I think it's the same as any skill where you do it. I mean, walking is a good example, right? As a baby, you probably struggle with every step, and then eventually you learn to walk, and eventually you learn to run, and you can do it without thinking, right? You lose your balance and your foot sticks out and it catches yourself. It's so automatic, right? You don't have to think about how to maintain balance when walking. Or, if you've ever played like a Dance Dance Revolution game, if you suck at it, or Guitar Hero, right? These things are awkward and clumsy and you suck at it at first and everything requires effort and you have to like focus. And then pretty soon you can just, you just start getting to a point where the easy stuff that it is easy for you becomes easy and the hard stuff still feels impossible. But then eventually that hard stuff becomes not only not impossible, it becomes second nature. And then there's new hard stuff. So yeah, there are things about art that will become second nature, or that story I told about like a cybersecurity expert who just sees the vulnerabilities, or not cybersecurity, just a security person who sees the vulnerabilities in how someone conducts their business. That's not something I'm looking for, but if you do it a lot, you just start looking for it. Or you can look for it when you want to, right? Like, I think we do this all the time in our life. And yeah, art's no different. It's not opening a third eye. It's just you're training yourself to think along certain lines and solve problems in a certain way that, yeah. With drums, yeah, exactly. It's breaking the independence of your right leg and right arm, but it's so tangible and physical. It's almost intuitive. I mean, it's not when you're starting. When you're starting, it's hard. And like I imagine at first, and here. So I'm not a drummer, right? I've never drummed in my life. I don't know if you've drummed, but I can make some assumptions, and I tell me if I'm right, because I'm just basing it on what I know about how this learning curve works. So at first, you probably try to break it by doing simple patterns, right? Like this one at this speed and then this one at a different speed or something, right? And you probably at first it's like patting your head and rubbing your stomach, or moving one hand this way and the other one this way, right? I can do this because I've practiced it. I've talked about this on stream, but I've never actually drummed. But at first, you do this and you're like, oh, and then you start going the same way because it's hard to get going in different directions, right? And so at first you try, and then you fall back into your old habit, and eventually you learn like one pattern, right? You learn a pattern, and then but all the other patterns are still hard for you. After when you're a beginner, you learn pattern number one, and you've got it down. You can do that one pattern, but you can't do other patterns. And then you learn another pattern, right? So then you learn pattern number two, and this is a different pattern, and it came a little easier, but it was still very hard, right? Because all the other patterns after pattern one were hard. But now you still, with pattern number, all the other patterns are still kind of difficult, right? It's not like you just have perfect independence, but now you can move between pattern one and pattern two. And now you learn pattern, let's say a different pattern, let's call it pattern 10, where we skipped all the others. But now now it's easier to move between pattern 10 and into the other. Like everything becomes easier as you learn new patterns. And eventually learning a new pattern is just like, you don't even have to, it's not even a pattern, you just do it, right? But really, I think you're still moving between them, right? You could, in theory, probably still stumble across something that is difficult to do, right? There are definitely things in perspective that I can't do. I don't have the good patterns for them, right? I try to draw certain things and I accidentally, like with certain foreshortening, this happens all the time. You try to draw a character and looking above them, right? And they end up flattening out, and it's hard to wrap your brain around it. Even though you know perspective, you've seen me draw in perspective. there are still things that, like, if I'm not careful, I will still slip back into sort of the unintuitive way of, or the intuitive way of doing it. And so, but it's rare, right? So it's not as common. And if I get better at learning those types of patterns, I'll be able to move between them more. So I don't think you ever get like this, you know, I don't think you're ever awakened or opened your third eye. I think that's a little BS. I think it's more that you have lots of different things to pull from and you can seamlessly move between them. There's still going to be like, again, if I'm just drawing here, pattern 1, pattern 2, pattern 3, pattern 4, pattern 5, right? After a while, like, you have lots of paths you can take. Oh, I just drew a pentagram. Hold on, let's add another line in there so we're not drawing pentagrams. But you know, like here we go, right? You can seamlessly move between any of these points, right? Pretty easy peasy. But there might be a weird spot in the middle that you haven't quite filled out yet, right? Like, this is a hard one to hit. But maybe if you learn that pattern, now you can hit that point, right? And so there's sort of some, like, there's always going to be some gaps, but you know, you can gain a lot of mileage by adding new data points and new patterns, and pretty soon, you know, you start connecting enough dots and, like, you've pretty much filled up the whole thing. And you know, there's not going to be anything where you're like, oh, I can't even get near understanding this. It's like, no, you just, there's going to be enough information that you've learned that you can kind of just make it up as you go, right? Like, it's not going to feel like learning the first pattern. Learning the 100th pattern is easy, right? Learning this is why, like, I mean, this happens a lot in is actually a pretty well understood thing, whether it's chess or sports. I always like using a sports analogy for this one, but it's like the, you know, the ex basketball player turned sports broadcaster who can recall every single play of every single game they've watched in the last 20 years. Like, that's insane. But that, it makes sense because they have such a good framework of the game. They've played it on a super high level to where they think about things in a very, you know, they think of it, just becomes second nature to them to think about a game and break it down in a certain way, to where when they start watching and commentating on, they think about it in a certain way where it's just easier for them to remember. Whereas for me, it's just like pure memorization. I can't watch a game and tell you what happened in it. Like, not really. Like, not in any technical level. I certainly can't remember, you know, if I watch 20 games, I can't recall all 20 games. Yeah, but once you know how to break it down and you have all these different patterns and structures and things to attach a meaning to, it's just like, I don't know. It's the same way that I can memorize, you know, 50 letters in a row without thinking about it. The same way I can memorize 50 letters in a row without thinking about it. I just said the same sentence twice. There's probably about 50 letters in there. I've memorized every letter, right? It's spelling. You take the letters, you form them into chunks of words that mean things, you put those words into strings that mean other things, and now you have a sentence that's memorized 50 words in a row without thinking about it, right? Like, we can do this so easily. And yet, if I were to give you 50 random strings of characters in a foreign language, you couldn't memorize that. You'd have no chance of memorizing 50 Chinese symbols in a row, right? But once you put meaning to it, once you, and this is the same thing with like the sports analogy, right? Once you have meaning to those random things that happen in a sports game, right? Oh, they were pressuring the defense, or they were pressuring the offense, they were setting up a play. Like, to me, it just looks like people running around, but to them, it's these very specific things that are happening. I don't know how that works, but it makes sense that you could eventually memorize every little thing that happened in a game, right? Or you could, you know, again, this is getting a little far away from painting, but it's not magic, right? This isn't magic. People can learn to do things that are crazy, that seem like superhuman, and you could do it too. I could do it, but also I'm not doing it, but you get the point. Like, it's not some like this is just our human brains doing human brain things, and it's pretty amazing. And I think this I making it sound like it's some you know and I don't think it happens all at once. I do think it happens more and more rapidly, right? The more you know, the easier it is to remember more. I always think of painting like scaffolding, kind of, or like if I were to look at a painting, and again, I'm not like a I don't quite have the terminology for like composition and stuff, but um, I'd like to think that I probably am much better at if I see a painting, I would be much better at recreating it from memory than somebody who doesn't have my experience with composition and painting and perspective and all those sort of fundamental things, right? Because I can look at a painting and I can understand what's happening in the composition. I can understand, where's the perspective, the scale of things, and then from there it's just kind of a matter of reconstructing it, right? It's like re-speaking a sentence. I don't have to remember every brushstroke. I can more or less reconstruct them based on my understanding of what happened or how it was made or whatever. And so again, I'm not great at it, and there are probably people who would be a billion times better than I am at this, but it's you don't have to be some savant to remember things well or like to reconstruct things from imagination. Like that's not how it works. And it kind of annoys me when people act like it is. Not that you are, but I think it's worth pointing that out um because a lot of like what I'm doing when I'm painting things, and it feels like I'm just putting in shapes and they're working. Well, they're working because I'm thinking of it. um I'm just kind of doing the I don't know, something about brain plasticity. I mean, yeah, just learning. Yeah, people learn. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, I think I actually don't even know teaching also helps. Yeah, I mean, explaining things is super useful, right? And I do think streaming has helped me a little bit in that. Uh, Trying to explain it to people helps, because then you have to find ways of explaining it that make sense, because sometimes you don't even think about why you do what you do. This is always a hard conversation for me because I'm not a great example of this. Like I still think I have a long way to go of what I would like to do. Um, but and so most of my knowledge on this topic is more about like, you know, lots of interviews with, or lots of books with like the Anders Ericsson book Peak. Um, there's a lot of books where, or based on like the science of becoming the science of expertise, for example, um, which is written by Anders Ericsson. Um, there's a lot of books and literature on this very topic of how people learn things, and deliberate practice and all that, and other ways of learning things. And then you hear the accounts of professionals in their respective field who have zero knowledge on that topic, like chess grandmasters, and they basically repeat what the science says. And then you hear this enough and you're like, okay, this is what's happening. I may not feel like it's happening to me, but it is. And that's yeah, Ben Meyer, hello. Tea. Teacup. I think we're just wasting. No, like I said earlier, I think I treat these as not a project, but as kind of like a demo, just an impetus for me to ramble. Tier coffee, whatever one prefers. Yeah, I prefer my leaf water. You can have your bean water. Bean water or leaf water. It's all pretty close to the same stuff. Very nice shape. Thanks. I'm just having fun. I'm kind of noodling now. I'm at the point where I'm pretty much have stopped painting on this painting because I don't know what I want to do to it. Honestly, I'm probably making it worse at this point. My brain is tired. but I don't know what I'm gonna do when I end stream, so I might as well keep streaming. To teach is to learn twice. Yeah, I mean, I think teaching, I don't know. I mean, I think there's definitely something. I think teaching is more, it definitely teaches you about yourself. You can definitely learn in the process, but there are a lot of great artists who are probably terrible at teaching it, right? Because they just haven't ever figured out how to articulate it, but they still understand it, and it's clear they understand it because they can demonstrate that they can understand it. But art, I think teachings, I think sometimes that all the wisdom around like teaching to learn, which again I do think there's a ton of merit to like, or is that the right word? There's a lot of validity to the idea that like teaching will make you better at something, but I do think there's a communication factor, which it's not communicating an idea is not the the same, is not the only way that you can understand an idea, right? You could understand something and just not quite know how to communicate it. Communication is a skill also, and you could be a terrible communicator and therefore a terrible teacher, but still understand something. So I think it's not logically sound that if you can't teach it, you can't do it or something. If that's the assumption that people would make. Um, so like I think there are some people who would gain very little from teaching, other than maybe to brush up on their communication skills. And then there are people who teaching makes them realize, oh, I don't understand this, and I need to go and learn it, right? Like if you're a good communicator and then you can't teach a topic, it's probably because you don't understand it, and so now you have to go learn it. So I think teaching is a good like analytical tool, right? Because if you, it sort of reveals what to yourself what you do or don't know, and if you're live to also everybody else. Well, actually, that's not true. It could reveal that you just don't know how to explain something, but it'll reveal to yourself if you know what you're talking about, because you'll know that, oh, I actually don't know as much as I think I do. Turns out I don't know why or how to decide something, like I don't know. It's so yeah. There's also a question of who you teach. What's the skill difference between you and your student? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's a good point. I mean, I think everybody can teach somebody, right? So, there's always something that you can know that someone else doesn't, and vice versa. And some people, yeah, like I'm obviously not going to be able to teach somebody who's, you know, a, has way more experience and is way better than me, and like I'm not going to be able to get to that level of depth on perspective to like really probably teach. I don't know if I could teach what's his name, Scott Robertson, anything on perspective, right? As far as I'm concerned, he knows everything there is to know on perspective. There's probably somebody who could teach him a trick or two that he'd be like, oh, this is really clever and thank you for teaching me something new. I don't think I could do that, right? In fact, I would probably just, even trying to get to that level of depth would make me better. Okay, my shapes are getting out of hand. Hold on. I like the idea that there's a little tower here. A little tower. Maybe this tower. Maybe we'll combine it with some of the other things that we had. We'll go like this. We'll put some of those red roofs on here. I think that could look nice. Little red roofs on the. Also, joke, can Blob because he warms up with pentagrams before stream? Yes, exactly. I watched a lot of tutorials and I started to see patterns. For example, draw hair like you draw ribbons. eyes are yeah, so this is a tricky one. This is a tricky topic for me, K-Reg, because I actually do the same where like I learn little patterns and shortcuts in my brain that are things like, I learn to draw, I don't know, this thing in this way by making these shapes. Like you said, a hair might look like a little, or like, the underside of a leaf. This is a common one, right? The underside of a leaf will look like an infinity sign, right? So you have the top, the bottom part, and then you have the top part. The problem is, so I struggle with this concept because I think these are great when you're discovering them for yourself, but they shouldn't be the way that you learn something, because then you're just learning like an axiom, right? You're learning a mental model, or you're learning a, what's the word that Casey Snow used? A you're what's the word? She used the word the other day, and I've used it before myself, but I have forgotten the word. But basically, learning that, oh, you can just draw a leaf as a infinity sign. Like, now every leaf is going to look the same, and that's not what you want either. You shouldn't. So in my opinion, I don't think you should learn them that way. You should look for ways to explain it to yourself like that, right? But you should try to learn it in a more like fundamental way. And if those shortcuts help you, that's awesome. But that you should know then at least when they work and when they don't, right? Because I think because there's a lot of tutorials on YouTube, for example, that I think are kind of terrible. Maybe not terrible, where basically it's just people teaching artists, or younger beginner artists, all those sort of like tricks, like draw lips by making an almond, and then draw it in, like, no, what if you're drawing lips from the side view? Like, that doesn't work anymore, right? It might work for you in your drawing in certain cases, but a student's not going to get all that knowledge that makes you be able to make a choice of when and why you use that sort of, you know that structure that you've created for yourself. And so I'm a little on the fence with those kinds of things, right? Like, I think it's great to find those shortcuts for yourself, but you shouldn't try to memorize other people's shortcuts to learn how to draw the thing, because that's not how they learned it. Their shortcut was later in the stage, right? They've learned to think about it a different way. But you starting that way isn't going to give you the prerequisite, right? So I just find that that's one of those like controversial things that I think some people like that stuff. Um, I don't. I like it for myself, and I have a lot of ways of thinking about things like that. Um, but yeah, I don't know how useful it is in terms of like education. I don't know. It's more like a paper sheet, but the shape is different. It still bends the same way. Yeah, yeah, or a paper sheet. Yeah, yeah. A lot of structures are like that, right? There's a ton of things where you have something like this, and then it bends down, and then on the other side you have the underside. And, sometimes this shape is gonna look uh like this, right? Like the infinity sign. But sometimes it's not, and this is why understanding the basic structure is useful, because it helps you, whether you're drawing that or this, right? These might look pretty similar, but they're different, right? They're not really that different, but they look different, kind of. One is easily simplified into an infinity sign, right? And the other one isn't. But yeah, being able to see the pattern, and see the similarities and understand what it is you're looking at, right? Like, for example, you oftentimes, when I do this stuff, you'll see me shade the underside of something. I like that because that actually is a trick that I use all the time. So if I'm drawing like a leaf, I'll draw one part of the underside will be dark, and I know on the other side I can pick a light part, and that light part is going to represent the other side, right? And so just like this is a simple, if I'm just, again, if I were to apply this down here, right? Lots of little light parts followed by lots of little dark parts, right? You got the undersides, you got the top sides, right? This is kind of, you could do some leaves, or, maybe the top side's like this, and then you get a little bit of a dark underside. Whatever you, right? You could make little plants that way. That's not the way I would teach someone to draw a plant, right? But because those little shortcuts are things that I don't know, to me it's better, like, or discover it yourself, kind of. But or maybe it's useful way later, but like as a total beginner, it's better, I think, just to understand what it is you're looking at. The underside view, then the top view, and understanding that these are two, oh, I drew that poorly, but understanding that there's, different planes. And this is where I think the most primitive shapes are useful, right? You start learning how to draw a paper, and then you can, yeah, hopefully learn how to curve that paper a little bit, right? And you can do this because you've learned how to draw a cylinder, and you learn how to put the lines around the cylinder, and then you realize that the edge of the here, let me back up, right? And you've learned that the edge of the cylinder is the same as the edge of this paper when folded, right? And you also know that a cylinder will have the back shape here. If you've ever drawn, like a circle with like you've probably drawn this before, right? You've probably drawn a ribbon, right? And so, yeah, you can do the same thing. And oh, what if I just take this portion of it, right? Now, yeah, now you have that same shape you just drew, right? That same infinity sign type thingy, except you've discovered why that exists, right? It's a curved shape where that other part pokes out underneath it, right? And you know that curved shape is like a paper being wrapped around a cylinder because you literally started with a cylinder to draw your shape, right? So like that's how these shapes are the same. And so that's kind of one of those things where, like, if you can draw this and you can draw a cylinder, you can draw the leaf wrapping around, or you can do that. Now it might take some like problem solving of like, what shape is this and how do I deform it? And it takes a little bit of, again, it's sort of like a creative problem solving to realize that a leaf is like a piece of paper. Granted, it's not a square piece of paper, it's more like, a heart piece of paper or something. And then that piece of paper is wrapped around. Here, let's just do it here, right? Then that piece of paper is wrapped around. Here, actually, I'll redraw it. Just like before, we have a cylinder, and now we have our piece of paper here, right? It's like looping around, going around our cylinder. And then on the other side, you have the thingy, that part. And so, like, yeah, the leaf is just like a piece of paper wrapped around a cylinder. Or whatever. So anyway, that's poor drawing by me, but you get the idea. Anyway, I like that stuff. I think they, those become like those different ways of thinking about it, kind of like we were talking about with drumming, right? Where like they're little patterns that you start noticing and you start picking up they're little mental patterns. And at first I think they're really hard, but they do become easier and easier, and as you learn more of them, and you can start stringing them together, and you can move seamlessly from one into the other. Arms is ribbons folded. Oh, like tucked arms? Is that what you mean? I actually don't know what you mean by arms are ribbons folded. Or do you mean like the bicep and the... like that part? Or like the zigzaggy part? I actually don't know what you mean. There's a lot of little ways to remember how to draw things. I think some people also just like to learn these little tricks first, and then they try to understand why they exist later, which I think is probably a fine way of doing it too. I don't think it really matters as long as you're forming lots of data points of knowledge, so lots of new ideas, and then you're trying to connect them to each other. I don't know if it matters if you learn this one before this one. Like, sometimes you can just learn the, draw the infinity sign, and that's going to be your leaf that's bending. And then later you learn, oh, this is why it does the thing. And then you form that connection, and that connection is what makes you learn something, right? It's learning old information, connecting it to new information, and pretty soon you have, like, a good understanding of something. And you connect all the dots. Anyway, I think I'm about ready to end stream here. I'm a little tired, I'm a little hungry, and I haven't made any progress on this painting in about an hour and a half. So that's just... And also, like, what is happening here? These were people, and these were supposed to be trees, but then the scale got all out of whack. I'm sorry. No, it's not you. It's a me problem. I'm just not... My brain's not firing on all cylinders at the moment. It's just a little... I'm just a little tired. Thanks for streaming and talking. Yeah, thanks for being here. We are gonna go raid somebody. Who is online is a good question. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Thanks for being here. Let's go raid Casey. We were just talking about her. I can't remember what the word that she was using is, and now it's bugging me. So I'm gonna go and ask her when we get over there. Gosh, why is it bugging me so much? But basically, so she's doing character art. Nice. There's a word that we use. I always use the word mental model. No, not stigma. I always use the word mental model, but basically your representation of a thing, like a symbol of a thing, right? So, like, if you, as a kid, you might learn how to draw a house, and your house is a triangle on top of a square with a little rectangle for the door, right? This isn't really what a house looks like, but this is how a kid draws it, right? Or you draw an eye like this. That's not really what an eye looks like, but that's how you draw it because you've learned these symbols, right? And as you get better at art, your concept of what these things are become better, right? There's a word that she has for it, and I don't remember what the word is, but I think it's a better... It fits the idea that I'm trying to articulate better than a mental model, right? It's more of a it's like a symbol, but it's like a... anyway, well, I'll ask her. I'll ask her what the word is because I can't remember it. But yeah, let's go over to Casey. We got a raid call. Thank you guys so much for being here. I do stream 3 days a week. I stream Mondays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. So next stream will be on Thursday. Same time, I stream 11 a.m. Pacific time on the US, so California time. Or if you're in Europe, that is 8 p.m. Yeah, 8 p.m. That was me doing math on my fingers. But yeah, and let's see. I have the raid call. We can copy paste that. I do have a Patreon also. If you'd like to support me further, I always appreciate it. Yeah, I always appreciate it. Every little bit helps and stuff. And yeah, thanks for being here, guys. Okay, goodbye. Have a good rest of your day and your week, and hope to see you on Thursday with more painting and stuff. And yeah, let's go say hi to Casey because she's awesome. Oh, wait, I haven't started the raid yet, have I? I should probably do that. /raid KC Snow Art.